as far as the conversation is concerned, which very much in line with what we want, because a lot of these conversations we want to drive policy, we want to influence how we're thinking jointly, and to bring professionals alike to come together and work together. Because unless you all push it, it's going to be very difficult to start from scratch as we have been, but also to be in a terrain or in a world where everybody's trying to gain some advantage on another, and so the combined experience and intellect and ideas would hopefully shape our evolution as a society and as a country out of nothing to something. Yeah. Hi, Charlie Acuil, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. Yeah, lovely to see you.
Okay.
Excellent. Please try and invite some of your friends, you and Charm. At times it takes time for people to connect, but if you can, it's easier for us in the West to properly join in. We're looking forward to getting some of the other speakers join us very shortly. Yeah.
No problem. That's right.
Excellent. Welcome, Angelo. Angelo, welcome. How are you, sir? And Robin as well. I think Robin was here earlier. You might have changed your phone. Hi, how are you? Robin, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good, thank you.
Lovely. I think there was another Robin earlier, so you're new. How are you? Welcome.
Thank you. No, it was me. I just had some connection issues.
All right, I understand.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. We often allow people to freely introduce themselves. Is obviously on such a forum. It's not everybody that is ready to talk, but if anybody wants to introduce themselves in the interval, you're more than welcome. We're going to ask the speakers to introduce themselves when everybody's here later, just so they don't have to repeat themselves, but anybody else could probably start to talk. If you feel free, anybody, maybe I'll pick on Acuil and Charm to begin with. Charm, let's go with Charm first. Acuil just joined. Charm, introduce yourself, sir.
I mean, what can I say? My name is Chom. I am currently studying law. I worked for the embassy for a time, but I've come back to studies, and I decided to join this Zoom call to, learn more about the banking and financial institutions in South Sudan.
Awesome. That's all we want to hear. We don't want to dwell too much on it's whatever you want to divulge, but you've obviously, I think you've already done one degree. You're doing your second?
No. This is a continuation.
A continuation. Oh, wonderful, Charm. Yeah, keep it up and good luck with that, yeah?
Of course. Thank you.
Awesome. You're welcome. Acuil, over to you. If you're able to, if not, this fine.
Yeah. So my name is Charles Acuil, Mariano Adret, and I am, or I was, a member of staff at the embassy of South Sudan to the United Kingdom. I specialize, my specialization is in international relations and politics, and then I've gone on to do my postgrad in international law. I've just been appointed to a third secretary diplomat, so I'll be going back to South Sudan very imminently. So I'm just waiting on that. But I've basically just joined just to learn more about the investment side of things in South Sudan and how we can be of help as a diaspora investing back into the country.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you so much, Acuil. And you're very specialized like Charm, and all of you are aiming high and with the view of obviously having an input. And so thank you for joining us as well. And good luck with your new career prospects, because clearly you'll go back home and they'll properly allocate you somewhere. And so good luck. Good luck with that. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else who wants to jump in while we wait for the guest speakers and others to join us, who wants to introduce themselves? You could just open your mic. There's no too much formality here. Gabriel Loy, are you available, sir? A member and a member of the People's Charter and also a regular participant. Perhaps greet us from Juba.
Yes, Justin and the team.
Hi, Gabriel.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm looking forward to learn from the expert on this very, very important topic.
Excellent.
A lot is going on in South Sudan in terms of investment and
Yes, that's true. Yeah, we were resilient enough to survive the war and years of an onslaught through the yokes of Islamization and Arabization. So we will survive economic hardship. And
we are yet to see.
Hello, Gabriel.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was saying we will survive the economic hardship because we're resilient enough and we've proven it historically to survive anything.
Yeah, of course we are, but we need to look for the way out for the people not to continue to suffer the way they have been suffering for the last 5 decades in the country. Yeah, so it is an opportunity for us to forge the way forward in terms of economic prosperity for all, and we.
Absolutely. We must stay positive and keep faith alive. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, Angela, I was greeting you. I don't know if you just woke up in the US, but it'd be lovely to hear your voice again. And thank you for keeping us informed of your wonderful school and what you're doing to help our people back home. Yeah, so we salute you for that and keep at it. Yeah. Angelo?
Yes, Justin. How are you? Good morning.
How are you, my brother? You good?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
And I'm fine. I'm sorry I didn't keep in touch. I was meant to come back to you. got distracted. Yeah. No,
we are all busy.
Yeah, I know. I was commending you for your hard work and what you're doing with the school back home. It's amazing what you've achieved, really. And again, you've always argued, let's get on with it. Let's do our bit. And and you're literally demonstrating that. So well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph, your mic is on. Hi, Carnita, our fellow host.
Hello.
I don't know if you're going to be here long with us, but you must help us host it today.
I'll be here for the long haul, my brother.
Oh, that's what I want to hear. How have you been?
Not good at all. How about you? How are you doing?
I'm hanging on. I'm trying to find resilience and continuity. Yeah. We'll talk. Welcome, though. Greet everybody. Introduce yourself as a co-host and member of the People's Charter.
Greetings, everybody. I'm Carnita Groves. I greet you from Ghana, West Africa. And I'm a Pan-African holistic psychologist and an avid organic container gardener. And I'm an author, and I love playing pranks on people, and I love playing billiards and table tennis. And I'm an author and mother, grandmother, and yeah, all around regular person. So happy to be here. Happy to always be a part of the illustrious and marvelous melanated marvels of South Sudan.
Oh, how nice. You get more poetic every time. What are you eating? Yeah.
Not much these days, not much.
No, better days are ahead for sure. Thank you so much, Carnita. Manon, you're very welcome, sir, and Joseph as well. You're all welcome. I'm just gonna Yeah, Manon, if you and Joseph, you want to agree to or introduce yourselves, or anybody else, please feel free. I'm just going to ring the few other speakers, and we should commence in the next 10 minutes, if you can bear with us. Andrew, do you want to test the? We should be able to share screens on here, isn't it? So we could see your presentation. Have you tried it?
Yes, I tried it individually before, but let me try.
You just tried while we're waiting on the yeah.
Just 1 second.
Well, maybe I just go ahead and introduce myself, if that's okay, Justin. This is Angelo.
Angelo, please go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Well, good morning. I guess we are in different time zone. 8 o'clock, 8:20 here in my time. My name is Angelo Makoi. I am the founder and executive director of a Bokloy Foundation. We are running a high school in South Sudan, in Rumbek, currently have 700 students. I'm really interested in this topic because I'm sick and tired of the bank charges. I need to understand daily charges, daily, every day, whether you withdraw or not. When you withdraw, they charge you. When you deposit, they charge you. I hope your team may be able to give us some insight to why.
I'm so sorry, Andrew. This is sorry, Angelo. This is a common complaint. And again, sometimes you can't even access your currency when you put the money in. But I think the bankers who will be with us today should be able to answer. But we generally need to learn from not only our region, but even further afield on how we could manage a post-conflict emerging territory with all the institutional challenges, as well as the likely issues that normally stems from such a vulnerability. So hopefully we'll get people talking and explaining and encouraging us to believe tomorrow is better.
Anybody sending in money with this big up, and I have an opportunity to have a good discussion yesterday with the U.S. ambassador to South Sudan. And I raised this point why even so difficult, whether in UK or US, to send money to South Sudan. These are our own money that we have worked for. We are sending it, is a challenge. So maybe later on, after we listen to the team, we may have some suggestion on some resolution on what really need to be done. It is crazy.
I understand. Thank you so much. This is the very reasons why we established the People's Charter, to try and redefine who we are and the journeys we've taken, which was we had a just cause and a purpose to fight and to keep our cultures, our way of life, but also to have a chance at modernity and the opportunities it gives in nation building. But we had it rough. We eventually broke out after 50 years plus, but we've stumbled across the same challenges of lack of accountability services and accountable leadership or systems. And again, we're prone to degeneracy and exploitation from our own, and that's been the fate of most of African countries. We hope ours could be different because we have 60 years plus to learn from the African experience with nation building, as much as the nation state was an exploitative one or structured in a way that was not for our interest. We've preserved it as it is for whatever crazy reasons. But other oppressed societies, Asian countries, have found a way out, and we need to find a way out of post-colonial realities of state formation, stability, and economic growth. Unfortunately, we haven't as yet. Other Africans are probably doing better by far. Carnita, don't laugh when it was said Ghana was the fifth most well-governed country. I know you had issues with that. I haven't read your stuff yet, but I will later. Whichever way we look at it, we stumble, we get up, but we continue. But we could surely learn from the pitfalls and failures of everybody, and maybe quantum leap and even create a model of governance and systems that are embedded in the African culture, but that gives us not only gives us pride, but a sense of determination to conquer whatever is thrown at us. So let's hope for better days, my brother. Yeah. Andrew, your thing is showing up, so this is wonderful. It's up. It should work. Can everybody, Carnita, can you see the screen? I don't know if you're using your computer, because Andrew's
Yeah, I
going to
can see
give
it.
a PowerPoint.
I'm using my phone, but I can see it. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay, wonderful. Yeah, okay, wonderful.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
Andrew, go.
I'll get rid of it for now, and then
Oh, okay,
once
yeah.
we're ready to
Once
present,
we're
I'll
ready,
put it
yeah.
back
Well,
up.
you'll probably be the first
Yeah.
speaker because I can't find John. But I'm
Okay.
trying to see if somebody can chase him up. Yeah, but
Okay, no
there's
worries.
2 other speakers who will come in once you've done your presentation. Yeah, all right.
Cool.
Yeah, please bear with us, everybody. Manon, greetings. Good morning, and Nyebol, all the way from the US.
Good morning. I'm sorry I can't stay. I'm leaving in about 5 minutes. I just wanted to check in, but I'll tune back in after an hour and a
Okay.
half or so
Oh, that'd be lovely,
if you're
Nyebol.
still online later on.
We will.
I do have a class to attend to soon.
No worries, no worries. We're going to be looking at the economic empowerment and particularly women empowerment, and we have a host of women activists who will be joining us in probably 2-3 weeks. So it'd be lovely if you could join in as well, because I know you have concerns.
Thank you so much. I would love to join in for sure. Thank you.
Fantastic, Nyebol. Yeah, please take care, and there will also be opportunities for writers to tell us how they could shape. Not only capture our history, but shape our future. And you would have a role, particularly the experience you've had as a refugee and as a victim of war, but yet you've emerged from all of this and literally are an international writer in the making.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome, my dear. Yeah. All right. I think just give me 1 second. Carnita, throw more poems and what they call word powers and word gymnastics at us while we try and at everybody while we try and get a few of the other speakers.
Well, unfortunately, you caught me with my pants down, so to speak. I'm en route from one destination to the next. And so the noise, background, and getting on the back of a motorcycle to get to the roadside and all those kinds of things is preventing a disruption of my flow. So unfortunately, I'm popping in and out over the next of talking. I don't endorse the practice of talking on the cell phone while in the back of a motorcycle, as so many people here do. So unfortunately, I'm only going to be able to oblige your request very briefly, and then I'll be in transit. And then once I get situated, when I get to my destination, then I'm all yours and I'm all ears. So I'll pop in and out briefly, but yeah, I'm definitely here for the long haul.
Well, lovely. Thank you so much, and please do be careful on there. Yeah, I hear drivers in Accra are not very nice.
especially to pedestrians. They drive too close, too fast. And while there are pedestrian laws here, in fact, Ghana has actually, when you look at the Constitution, they have a lot of great laws on the books. The issue is the enforcement of the laws, and that's the problem, which of course is not unique to Ghana, but it is what it is. But I'll come back to the comment that I posted, or your question rather, that I responded to on the platform. I think at the end of the day, I would suggest, Justin, and I'll put legs to my suggestion. Once I get to my destination, I'll use a notebook, paper and pen or something. But my suggestion is, when I say I'll use a notebook or paper and pen, is that we put together a report card of sorts. And I believe that this report card, there should be 2, one for South Sudan and then one for African countries. And what we want to do is we want to look at what are the common themes that African countries are or are not ascribing to that is directly impacted by the type and the quality of aid that they receive. And the reason why I'm proposing this two different types of report card is that it can, at a glance, help us to sort of organize our thinking and our strategizing. So that's the one thing. But the second thing it helps us to do is to begin to also recognize at a glance whether or not, or to what degree, we African countries are being called upon to march to the beat of an imperialistic drum or else. And it helps us to kind of flesh that out at a glance. And it cuts to the chase of all of the religious or political debate. I shouldn't say religious, I'm looking for the word political debate. It cuts to the chase and it's like, well, let's just look at the report card. The report card helps you go down a list, a literal list, a checklist, a laundry list, if you will, of what African countries are or are not doing. And then it allows you to also see in that same list, like I said, the quality and the type of aid that they're getting. And it really goes a long way. I think if we can develop such a tool for ourselves, go a long way toward helping us to flesh out some of our next best steps. The organization in question, I'm blocking the name right now in the article. I think it was organizational governance or something like that. Anyway, the organization that produced the information of the rankings, I didn't see in the article, and I tried to do a quick internet search. I was not able to come up with who are the members of this organization, what is the organizational affiliation, and then what is the affiliation of the members of this organization that's been generating this kind of information. It seems for decades, according to the article. That kind of information would also need to go into the report card, again, in a concise, at a glance type of format. Our strategy is for us to put together some kind of a report card. And as we get together in future meetings, we're able to reference these two report cards to aid us in our discussions, but also, of course, to aid us in our planning. So that's my little 2 cents that I'll put out there for now. What are your thoughts, Justin?
I think it's a brilliant idea, and it rhymes obviously with the charter. Now, obviously, it appears in every sector, whether it's finance, governance, engineering, a lot of even food security and generally social rights or a social contract for the people, that the tick list is really not being met in many a sector. So it kind of then wonders whether the problem is bigger, in as much as we could supply solutions in terms of, as you rightly said, to look at aid and its impact, and also the sense of why some have argued that do our economies, considering how rich we are, never really are never strong enough to literally spread wealth. Wealth doesn't seem to stay, although Ghana is a very rich country, or South Sudan is a rich country. But yet again, there are always these questions. Why are we not able to improve the living conditions of our people? So all of that means that there's a lot of challenges, but I love the idea because, again, as you said, and many have said, that in as much as South Sudan is 60 years behind everybody, many of the problems we encounter are actually still being faced by many others. And then the question would be, if our leaders know this, and if there is these generic problems across the board around the continent, how can we not learning or even addressing some of these issues? And again, as you said earlier, maybe the kind of world we live in, which is not very fair, where the playing field is not level, maybe we are consigned to these sort of realities, and change is very difficult. So again, the African Union thinks of what they call benchmarks to try to improve a lot of issues with governance. But yet again, they're financed externally, and many of the members don't actually pay their share and don't see the importance of regional and continental wide organizations. And so there are lots of issues, and it is frustrating. But I think as long as people continue to engage and talk, solutions will be arrived at. And again, the kind of education we get and everybody gets is the same. But then there's got to be maybe a critical mass or a concerted effort on all fronts to create those changes. But I love the idea. I would urge you to go ahead, let us start that process within the charter. And so when we look at every topic, we'll try and maybe get 10 critical issues that, if changed or if addressed, could properly change things. And hence this discussion today is to try and maybe in our humble way, when we bring like-minded individuals together, to think collectively on how best, where is South Sudan banking and its institutions are, and again, why are we not getting the investment, and all the issues that we want to look at transforming our economy. Maybe policymakers, some of them will be here, and we'll hear this once it's shared. Can also, luckily enough, or the beauty of this, I spoke to somebody earlier who said they're organizing a conference in 2 weeks' time, so they would love the resolutions of this meeting to also be shared, and for some of us to go there and talk about them. So I think as long as there's joint thinking and constant momentum for change will come. And so I welcome your suggestion, Carnita. Please go ahead and let's share it in the admin team, but let's share it as we go along with every discussion to try to look at least arrive at the resolution of 10 points that everybody has agreed on the day to see how they could be further developed, or whatever number we agree. Yeah. Thank you so much. Let me welcome Mr. Keith Vermeulen, if I've pronounced your name rightly, sir. You're very welcome. Yeah, we're happy to have you, and open your mic to introduce yourself when you feel like it, or when you're ready. Also, Mr. Acuil, Honorable Acuil, who's one of the speakers. We welcome you. He's a member of the board of the Central Bank of South Sudan, what they call BOSS. It used to be called BOSS, but it's now, I think it's now South Sudan, the Bank of South Sudan, BOSS, I think. Yeah. So welcome to both of you. We will be Andrew, we apologize to you and everybody. We're waiting on Mr. Edmund Yakani. He's currently finishing off a meeting with some diplomat. I won't mention the country, but he will be joining us. He's with the ambassador of that country, but he'll be joining us shortly. Over to Mr. Comrade Acuil and Honorable Acuil, and also Mr. Keith. If you guys want to introduce yourselves, you're more than welcome.
I don't know if I'm audible.
You are, sir. We can hear you. Yes.
I am.
Hi there.
That's strange. It makes me feel a little uncomfortable, but no. I think just to say is I'm indeed grateful for your invitation, and especially to Taku Mkencele's invitation. I am a Mzansiite, this southern tip of Africa, which is referred by most people as South Africa. I am pushing towards 7 decades in my life now, so you must forgive me if my memory fades me at some times or if I speak too much. But I think just from responding to what is it, the artist who gave a medal, I think the Guth medal, back to Germany.
Oh yes, yes, I remember. And you actually responded to it, but I'm yet to read your piece. But you're also a member of the People's Charter.
I wasn't going to speak to it, but I think just from there, it's interesting in my own life is that I'm an ordained minister, but I've spent more time in political and social development issues. And 1989, I happened to be in Namibia, and I was part of the transitional United Nations group that oversaw the handover of power from South Africa as political power to Namibia, to SWAPO, that is, and I was involved in a great sense, graciously working in terms of development issues, and that's where my kind of knowledge of responding to what Zukiswa has outed or countered. So with part of that experience, I come here and I don't claim to have all knowledge. In fact, I have very little knowledge, and I rely on whoever is on the group to fill me in. So it was very interesting and helpful to hear Carnita's suggestions of where we could go to improve the dialogue. So I'm already talking too much, but just to say is that in 10 years from 2003 to 2013, I was appointed the public liaison officer, or the political liaison for the South African Council of Churches in the South African Parliament. So I've known a little bit, not too much, but something of the development within the political structures, within government, some of which I'm very proud to have been part of, but some which has made me nervous, unhappy, and very concerned for where we are. Nevertheless, I'm grateful to be able to share some thoughts, and particularly on the development side, with folk that I have and still have contact with yourselves. So thank you for the invitation, and I certainly am looking forward to the development of this group, and I will, I'm sure, learn much from everyone who is on there. Thank you. Of course, Acuil, dankie.
Oh, how lovely.
That was English, Afrikaans, and
that sounds nice. That's amazing. We're so happy to have you as not only on this discussion, but also to have joined the People's Charter. You come with a lot of experience and a depository of not only knowledge and experience, but something that we could learn from. And I was in Uganda one time and with a host of East Africans, and they said South Sudan is our last born, so it's on all of us to help. So we hope from the total African experience as well as global experience, and we've had a lot of good friends that have aided us to get liberated, but now we need to be aided to nation build, and so we're so happy that you've joined us, and feel free, and everybody do welcome Mr. Keith. We will hopefully start the session soon. Mr. Acuil is here, Honorable Acuil. He's one of the discussants today. He works with the central bank on a board of directors, but he's also knowledgeable in many a field, and he's been a seasoned liberator. So we're always honored to have him here, and he's a voice of reasoning that continues to knock on everybody whose door should be knocked on, to remember the journey and what is owed historically to ancestors, but what is owed to the future generations. And so we welcome Acuil here, and you're free to say a few words before we start. Mr. Edmund Yakani will join us shortly, and then we'll start. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, pleasure. And Mr. Nyieer and listeners. I'm very pleased to be part of this process, and I congratulate Mr. Nyieer and the young generations that they are catching up with social media. You can imagine how do we feel actually excited when we have such opportunities like this compared to our time when we started to be conscious in 60s or 70s and 80s and before the Wi-Fi, the internet, the Zoom now. So please, first of all, I have to congratulate you for that. We have to explore these opportunities. Do you hear me? Are you hearing me?
We can hear you, Honorable. Yeah, we can definitely hear you. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. So I am Acuil Banggol. It's just simple like that. It would be good to call me Acuil Banggol. So I'm a member of governing board of the Bank of South Sudan. And I am here today to listen and to learn more and come to appreciate what is happening. I have some views to express as a person. That is the most important thing for me. We have challenges. Maybe all of us in Africa, and now we are feeling, we are almost repeating the same challenges, repeating the same path, which is full of challenges. We suffered decolonization, yes. The colonizers came to extract resources or take our people across the Atlantic. They are coming up now in different way. It is nature. It is nature to explore and to exploit. Our political establishment and the overall views of the Pan-African movement are all wrong. I'm saying the reason why the colonizers were colonizing us, they were extracting resources based on their values of how to interact with nature and to interact with others. We, the Africans, we became also a victim of that. We were fighting the colonizers, and we could not fight them enough. We became agents of the colonizers. Our societies are being destroyed because we are not taking knowledge to our people. We are taking few selected lucky ones. We bring them and we miseducate them in urban areas. They become short of being Mzungus, and then they disconnect with our societies. So we become something in the middle that does not go anywhere. Now, we have values that we should build on. African social community and social responsibilities. The way we manage our resources in the village, that is what we should modernize. It is not communism, it is not socialism, it is not capitalism, but African community social responsibility, whereby a member of the community belongs to the community until it is approved. It is theorized in the quantum economic theory. But unfortunately, we are lost. That is the challenge. Now the other challenge, we are taking the political marketplace, which is not competition of views, but each political parties are becoming like political pacts. They are actually undermining their opponents instead of competing, because they don't see the voter as an entity to be convinced. So they end up quarreling among themselves. We have the experience in South Sudan that there is no any one political party with any political program. Maybe they have a manifesto, they have a constitution, but they don't translate the manifesto to a program. Socio-economic, socio-political, culture, market, they don't. And then you see them, they are very proud of talking politics. That is the challenge. Now coming to our place, as you put it correctly before, Mr. Nyieer, the last born, we have an opportunity of being last born and learning from the mistakes of others, benefiting from the good lessons from others. But definitely our political marketplace is not set to compete on inspirational leadership to inspire us to lead us. Instead, they compete on who to own us. You can see our South Sudanese politics is about the status, entitlement, and privileges. It's not about agenda. And you can see people dying for that, for these three things. People fight for status, and then when they got tired or the international community become very concerned, that they call them for agreement, and then they go and say the power sharing. And the power sharing is only about three things. It's status, to be a member of the elite group in the government. You have entitlement and privileges. The bigger challenge now, are you getting me? So these are the challenges we are having. South Sudan still suffers weak institutions, but also mentality. The liberation generation has their own challenge, but also our followers and the generation coming after us. The generation coming after us is coming from background of humanitarian relief, extracted from the communities, brought to towns, spent 4 or 8 years in primary school, learning English and learning, say, basic education, and know any subject regarding the local context. Spend another 4 years in secondary school, another 4 years in university. After 16 years, you become useless. He is of no value to even survive. We have seen our own children graduating, and they have to vulnerably looking for jobs when the jobs are actually changing very fast. But it is not everything is hopeless. There are some careers which are useful. Lawyers are working, medical doctors are trying their level best. But I'm seeing a lot of other careers are a challenge. So those are the challenges we have. We have challenges of attitude, challenges of institutions. But I am very pleased to hear somebody from South Africa, Kaku. What is he called? Kaku? What is his name?
Keith Kidio, I think Kidio. Keith Kidio. Yeah.
Keith. I'm very pleased to meet you online, and thank to Nyieer to bring us together. I think they're very successful model of socio-economic and socio-political establishment in Bafokeng. Bafokeng Nation. Yeah. This successful model, we in Africa should learn also from it. There is ongoing successful model of saving credit and cooperative societies in Eastern African community, and mostly in the one I know most is Kenya. There's a lot of experience in Bangladesh, microfinance, and in the upcoming model of collateral group collateral or group industrial programs when the small industries or upcoming industries are sharing common resources in India. Those are very good things. And I believe in the line here, we'll have a lot of people with good experience. If I have more minutes later on, then I will talk about something about our situation in the Bank of South Sudan and what we are expecting.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Honorable Acuil. Thank you for that input. And you will definitely get a chance. We had primarily had two speakers plus yourself and Edmund Yakani to sort of back up and also have a broader input in terms of what's on the ground. So Andrew Mabur Aliab is one of the speakers. The other gentleman was John Majak. He's in Juba, so I don't know if he's having technical issues. So we will probably start if Mr. Yakani joins us. He did say 10 minutes, so let me just check on him now. But I wanted to welcome Simon. Simon, if you can introduce, you're a member of the Charter, if you could possibly introduce yourself, and also welcome Judith, who's here with us, and anybody else who wants to speak for the next 5 minutes before we start. So Simon, if the mic is yours, if you want to greet everybody, give a bit of talk on your take on the Charter. What does the Charter stands for? As you're a member, just for those who may not know much about what we're trying to do, and then we will if Judith wants to introduce herself, or Robin, or anybody else within the next 5 minutes. So Simon, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I stand on the protocol. Earlier on, probably mentioned, the name is Judith Aliab from Uganda. I represent people from northern Uganda, and I'm humbled to be part of the I apologize. Emergencies, and that's why I'm joining in late, but I'm here to participate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judith. We're delighted to have you. Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia have biological borders with us, and clearly you're from the north, so we are the same people, and so we're very happy to have you. You're more than welcome. You're welcome. Thank you very much, and please, yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Simon. Are you there?
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I'm glad to see everybody around here. And my name is Simon Lord. I'm the member of this group, and I'm very glad to see everybody here to come and participate with this topic. And this topic is very important because banking system is the engine of the country. If there is a proper system within the banking system, then there will be no any problem at all facing the country. So the expertise and experienced people who are on the platform here will give us more and satisfactory points that we can share upon all of us, and also if the members of our country who are responsible for this system might be on the line here, also may get some points we can help them for whatever reason they are going to set up our country. So I have no much to share with you, but I'm going to listen whatever you are going to contribute.
Thank you so much, Simon. We appreciate you. I know sometimes it's hard for you to join on the weekend, but we're glad that you're here. So I think without further ado, we will be starting. Mr. Yakani can probably join us. As you all know, you know the history of South Sudan. We've been in perpetual warfare. We've never really had the opportunity to join the League of Nations and to also demonstrate who we are and what we stand for, and to contribute to humanity and its continual journey to find systems and to have world peace, for that matter. We eventually stumbled, or after exiting a fast train to Arabia, we became independent against all odds. Not many of our people believed it, but it was an exercise that involved the plebiscite. And so South Sudanese also, in addition to our comrades in arms and liberators like Comrade Acuil, Banggol, also exercised their rights to express a view on why it was necessary and why we were part of a process of people who really wanted a second opinion, a second chance, an opportunity to exercise their rights on the global scale as a nation. And we successfully succeeded after 6 years of a transitional period and became independent. But like most other African societies, we encountered the usual challenges of state building, nation building, of meeting the expectations of everybody, and hopefully getting the elites or the rulers, liberators, to work together. Naturally, like Angola, like Mozambique, like so many territories that underwent years and years of determination to be free and to take the destiny of their people, we also stumble across similar issues of power struggles and also unfriendly neighbors and people who are out to exploit us. But the nation is here. It's just over 13 years old now, and it has an opportunity to learn from everybody's combined experience and cut and pace and quantum leap to the future. But that in itself involves a critical mass. It involves a certain synergy among its people to believe in the unknown and to literally collectively work together to do better than others, but also to learn from everybody else's experience. When we think of a nation, as many have said, African countries achieve independencies, but political ones, our economies are still in some vault somewhere, contain or control, and so Africa is constantly facing a challenge of how to deal with its economy and how to really control its resources, not only to industrialize but to also be able to invest in its own people. And so in South Sudan, as we're talking, our economy, after 2 years of fighting a civil war immediately after independence, we are yet to come out of this economic hole. It seems to be getting worse, but as Comrade Acuil said earlier, it aligns itself and our conjoined twins with the politics. If the politics is wrong, the economy doesn't survive. If the economy doesn't do well, equally we will. The country also, the politics doesn't do well. So today we want to look at banking, financial transformation, and investment in South Sudan. South Sudan, as many of you know, is Africa's third biggest oil producer. It has the potential, as many have described, to be the breadbasket of not only the region, but probably many a territory. It also has a very minute population, but endowed with resources and a very determined and resilient society. But yet again, the curse of the nation state, many have argued, including Basil Davidson, still haunts us, where we are yet trying to find ways to survive the external, but to also survive the internal, and at least harmonize our people, to develop the resources around them, to also give them the sense of holisticness, so that we belong to those nations where we manage our diversity and manage it well, where we give opportunities to citizens, and where peace dividend is rained out to everybody who had been promised this. So we are promised a prosperous future by our liberators, and our liberators still run our institutions. So we will always knock on their doors and ask them what went wrong and how could you fix up. but also this is the way the world runs. And we have not only our own people who, through the exodus that happened, have acquired skills and knowledge, but also the sense of determination of our people wherever we've had opportunity. As some have argued, education was one of the things we were fighting for. So the little of us who have got education want to utilize that to the betterment of our citizens and people. But we need those institutions that will rise above ethnicity, that would rise above class, that would rise above privilege, and give everybody an opportunity. And for that matter, we want a leveling playing field for all our people, all our citizens, irrespective of their ethnicity, their regions, irrespective of their age. And for Mr. Keith, you're still a youngster in our country and in Africa for that matter. And wisdom, age comes with wisdom, knowledge. And there's a lot of know-how that surely we should benefit from, not only in South Africa, but in South Sudan. So African people, as Comrade Acuil mentioned, have undergone what Chenwuzi said, cultural genocide. We don't know who we are. We lack confidence. We don't believe in ourselves. We seem to think, what we're told, and we somehow hate each other, as many have argued. But when a new nation is born, when a new child is born, the parents suddenly discover a new sense of energy, and we could do better on this one. And the combined experience with other kids can come together. And equally, when a nation is born, there's a lot of euphoria, and there's been a lot of euphoria, a lot of support. We would not cross the finishing line without all our friends, in the West, in the East, in the North, in the South, in the Southern Hemisphere, Northern Hemisphere, Africa primarily. Even Europeans help us, Australians helped us. They took our people in, and a lot of them now are playing a substantial role, including Andrew. He's somebody who grew up in Australia. Equally, the Southern African states helped us in many ways, and all of Africa, our neighbors actually went to war with us at times to support us. So we owe it to so many. But as it goes, and as Africa is at the moment, instead of us working together, we often sometimes are pitched against each other by these external factors. The banking sector in the east of Africa is controlled primarily by Kenya, to the resentment of many. The East African community has not been ushered in because of fears of dominations by some. But we believe, a new kid on the block like South Sudan could probably come up with new ideas. And we should be the ones with a sense of urgency more than everybody, and taking on their good experiences, their good lessons, but also avoiding their pitfalls and failures. And also having had this huge exodus where we have friends all over the world and people of good intent and kindness and humanity, we could actually be the new model state of a nation. But that in itself involves weighing up and looking and learning from everybody's experience. So in today's session, as part of the People's Charter efforts to look and understand where we came from and where we are and where we want to go, we want to look at banking, finance, and investment in South Sudan. So with this concept, or this want and determination and opportunity, we are delighted to have Mr. Andrew Mabur Aliab with us. We're very delighted to have Honorable Acuil Malid with us. We will also have Honorable Edmund Yakani very shortly, but because everybody's been here for long, we want to start the discussion. Now, as I always take pride in our people in Australia, another friend of mine, Kuala Lor, Bullabuk, he's a banker. He's unfortunately not able to come, and he sometimes doesn't like too much limelight, but he's a great mind who, when we shared this idea with him, told us what his take was. Unfortunately, he couldn't join, but he said it's important that the discussion pivots and evolves around the following. He said it's important to analyze how banking, financial transformation, and investment in South Sudan should be approached. And that's our thinking in the Charter. Hence why we wanted this discussion to ensue, in addition to all the other economic discussions we've been having lately, when we transition out of the economic issues, and the economic issues rhyme with our current state. Our economy is really facing a lot of challenges at the moment, but it seems to be stabilizing, but still it hinges or is affected by the politics of the day. So hopefully if this time, if the economy takes the lead and maybe stabilizes the economy, the politics would be stabilized, but also it could go the other way. Alor mentioned it's important to approach banking, financial transformation, investment in South Sudan in a holistic way, and he spoke of a comprehensive strategy due to the country's unique challenges and opportunities that it avails. When he looks at these analyses, he mentions them as follows. That political stability and regulatory framework are very fundamental. Political stability is crucial for attracting investment and fostering an economic growth paradigm. South Sudan needs to establish a stable and transparent regulatory framework that protects investors' rights, ensures fair competition, and reduces bureaucratic rules or hurdles. He also mentions the importance of infrastructural development. When we invest in infrastructure, including transport, energy, telecommunication, it's essential because these are suppliers to the economic development, and improve infrastructure with lower transaction costs, facilitate trade, and attract foreign investment. So clearly, an infrastructural development strategy is very important. In the charter, we've linked the two, that economic well-being is linked to infrastructure, given the importance of this factor that Alor has mentioned. Financial inclusion is a third point he mentioned. Enhancing financial inclusion is the key to broadening access to banking services, especially in rural areas. As we all know, 80% of our people are in the rural communities. This can be achieved through initiatives such as mobile banking, microfinancing, and financial literacy programs. He also mentions capacity building. Investing in human capital through education and vocational training will build a skilled workforce capable of driving economic growth and innovation. This includes training programs for financial professionals for enhancing expertise in banking and investment management. He also mentions risk management, that implementing robust risk management practices normally are good at maintaining financial stability. This includes effective supervision of banks, prudent lending practices, and mechanisms for handling non-performing loans. As Angelo mentioned earlier, there are concerns with the way our banking is. He also mentions promoting investment, which is a crucial factor. South Sudan should actively promote investment opportunities, particularly in sectors such as agriculture, oil, gas, infrastructural development, and renewable energy. Offering incentives such as tax breaks and streamlined processes can attract both domestic and foreign investment. The diversification of the economy, we addressed this recently when we looked at our economy, not to follow what we call the Dutch disease, and to try to see where it can be diversified. And Alor clearly mentions that here as well, that over-reliance on oil, which has been the case of South Sudan, makes South Sudan vulnerable to external shocks. Diversifying the economy by developing other sectors such as agriculture, tourism, and manufacturing can reduce dependency on oil and promote sustainable economic growth. Regional cooperation also, he mentions that it's important South Sudan engages with regional cooperation, and particularly the trade and banking sector, to participate actively in those regions and to influence trade agreements. Technological adoption obviously is a global phenomenon now. He talks of embracing financial technologies through fintech. Solutions can enhance efficiency, reduce cost, and improve access to financial services. This includes digital payment systems, blockchain technology for securing transactions, and data analytics for informed decision making. These obviously may be deemed to be advanced, but as you'll probably hear from the talk of Andrew shortly, these are realistically attainable if only we could think beyond the here and now and look to quantum leap forward, because there's no reason why we should stagger. Sustainable development is his final point. He talks of environmental and social sustainability. These should be integral to economic development efforts. Implementing sustainable practices in sectors such as agriculture and energy can mitigate climatic change and impact and improve long-term prosperity. He concluded saying holistic approach like these coupled with political stability and infrastructural development, financial inclusion, capacity building, risk management, and investment promotion, diversification, regional cooperation, technological adoption, and sustainable development are forms of transforming banking and the financial sector and getting investment in South Sudan. So we really appreciate Mr. Lor contributing these ideas, which really sort of lay the parameters for this discussion. And we're very elated to have all of you here today. We didn't all introduce yourselves earlier, but we hope you'll interact with us once the main speakers finish talking. So without further ado, Kush is also a member of the Charter and my co-presenter today. Kush, if you want to greet everybody quickly before we get going, and you're welcome. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you, brother Justin Nyieer, for these incredible introductions. I just wanted to greet all of you and to really emphasize the need for these discussions because of the all the financial aspect that the South Sudan has been going through, the financial crisis, the economy. And this is very pivotal discussions that we really hope to learn from all of you and to be able to distill it into the charters, and then hopefully that we'll be able to have a positive impact into the country. So I'm looking forward for these discussions. So thank you.
Thank you, Kush. Thank you very much. Mr. Andrew, please do a quick intro of yourself, what you've done and what you're doing at the moment, and then go ahead and give us your talk. And we're so thankful again for your time and really appreciate your input here today. Go ahead.
No, thanks for having me, Justin. And it's been great to hear from all the other speakers introducing themselves to the People's Charter. So, as Justin mentioned earlier, my name is Andrew Aliab. Fortunately or unfortunately, I was a result of the displacement that happened during the war, and my family moved to Australia when I was quite young, so about 14 years old. I grew up there. I graduated university there, studied accounting and finance. I started working in banking in 2012 at National Australia Bank. So I've got about 12 years experience within banking and financial services across different roles. So I started off in operations. I moved into fund accounting. I moved into financial reporting. By 2015, I thought accounting was too narrow. I studied my chartered accountancy with the intention of transitioning to London, which is or was the financial capital at the time. Got my chartered accountancy in 2017 from Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand, and then I moved to the UK. I started working for Mitsubishi Financial Group, which is, I suppose, the 5th largest bank in the world by market capitalization. I worked there in London across multiple roles. I've worked in market risk reporting. I've managed the market risk reporting team in London, and then recently in August, I had the opportunity to transition to Hong Kong in a more senior role. So currently I manage the financial planning and analysis team in Mitsubishi Financial Group Asia, as well as the data management team. So what that means, essentially, I'm responsible for the budgeting and forecasting for our Asia side of Mitsubishi Financial Group, as well as managing the data flows, making sure that the data is usable, because as I think a lot of you would have heard, they speak of data as a new gold, because data is essentially what's fueling the new revolution, which is the technological revolution. You know, there's all these learning models require a lot of data to eat, and banks are recognizing this in Asia and in the West, and to a degree in East Africa as well, being Kenyan banks. So that's my current role. I've been in this role for about 8 months, and as Justin mentioned, I've gone down this career path because it's what interests me, but ultimately my goal is to see what I can contribute back home in the long run. Everything I do, every skill I pick up is to see how I can then implement this back home in the long run, home being South Sudan. So that's a short introduction of who I am, what I'm currently doing, and I'll be discussing financial services based on financial services industry based on my experience up to this point. And I'll just be doing some contrasting between the region in terms of what we have in South Sudan compared to what some of our peers or leaders in Kenya have, Rwanda as well. And I should mention that it was quite difficult to come across some of the information that I'm going to be using as part of my research. So if anyone feels that I might be leaving something out or I'm not necessarily correct in my analysis of something, please feel free to jump in. Justin, as the moderator, please, I'm more than happy for this to be a discussion instead of a full presentation. So if anyone feels like they want to question or add a comment or add a statement throughout the presentation, by all means, I'm more than happy to stop and we can have a discussion in between.
No problem. Go ahead, Andrew. Please go ahead. We normally like presenters to finish what they're doing, and then everybody's free. We like interaction, and so everybody's free to join in. But you must do your, as one of the cardinal speakers, you must do your presentation. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Let me just pull up the screen now for you guys to see it. Okay, please let me know if you can all see the screen in front of you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. As I mentioned, I will just give a broad overview of what the financial services industry is from a country's gross domestic product perspective. So financial services is one of the contributing factors to the GDP, whether it's via a standalone aspect of the GDP or if it's coming in from an export-import perspective. Now, within financial services industry, we've got other subdivisions within that. And I will speak to each individual subdivision and I'll do a comparison between what we've got in South Sudan at the moment compared to what I see in the region based on the research that I've done. And then eventually at the end, I'll provide some commentary as to what we're doing well in South Sudan at the moment, what we're doing well in the region, what can be done better in the region and in South Sudan, and how we can sort of catapult off the success of our regional peers and regional leaders and look beyond that to see what we can achieve from a financial services perspective. So the definition of the financial sector is it's a sector that deals with services related to capital management. So I suppose this can be targeted at your average person. So that's you and me. This is your banks that lend and take deposits for a specific interest rate, or it could be large institutions such as investment banks, which deal in investments such as mutual funds, exchange traded funds, shares, or pension funds, which deal with retirement money. So the first aspect, which I will speak to, is the monetary financial institutions. So we can consider these as these large institutions that are also called deposit-taking institutions. So central banks are a major part of this. Central banks being, BOSS, which the Honorable works for. So these generally act as a lender of last resort. They are responsible for maintaining stability in the monetary system of a specific country. You've got other national or international banks. These are the banks that lend and borrow funds from investors or people like yourself and me. But these banks also have a separate function, which I will speak to in the next slide as well. You also have building societies. These building societies operate similar to banks, but instead of being beholden to shareholders, you might have different views as to how the business should be run, or actually the bank should be run. Building societies is owned by a group of owners who have a certain mandate and they lend out to their members based on this mandate, and the members have to pay back with an interest rate. So this is how they keep them going, these building societies. And then I'll provide an example at the bottom of some of the banks and building societies that we have in the region in comparison to South Sudan. So the regional benchmarks that we have are mainly Kenyan banks. So these are the largest banks, Equity Bank, which I think at one point used to be a building society as well, but they converted to a bank, I think late in the 50s or the beginning of the 60s. And KCB, Kenya Commercial Bank, a large bank, which also operates in South Sudan, or used to operate in South Sudan. From a building society perspective, we've got the East Africa Building Society, again, in Kenya. So speaking back to what Justin was mentioning, Kenya has the lion's share of the financial services industry, but we're looking to diversify that a bit more in the long run and make sure South Sudan and other countries in the region have a piece, because competition is always good, and we know that. Healthy competition is always good. Now, something to mention here is we've spoken about how, in terms of diversifying, I want to talk about oil specifically, because that was the discussion that we had in the last meeting, but we know that any investment portfolio that has a diversified holding of assets works better for you in the long run, because if one asset underperforms, then the other assets in that portfolio can balance the underperformance. The same applies with banks and ownership. KCB, for example, has more than 10 shareholders. The Kenyan government holds about 20% of the total shareholding in KCB. Equity Bank, again, has more than 10 shareholders. And Arise Investment Group holds about 13% of that shareholding. What this means is that if one of the larger shareholders goes bust, you've got 10 or 9 plus other shareholders to make sure that there's a balance in place. Comparing that to Ivory Bank in South Sudan, where the South Sudanese government holds about 87% or 85%, 86% of the total shares on there, with 13% held by others. This is one of the ways that we can look to improve the banking systems back at home. There needs to be a diversification of ownership, and for that to happen, you need to encourage private investment. And for private investment to thrive, there needs to be security. And as our colleague Allah provided to Justin earlier, he mentioned the importance of regulation and regulatory bodies. And when you've got these type of bodies in place, this encourages foreign investment to come in. And Kenya, to a degree, does have that. And Rwanda is also following in Kenya's footsteps from that perspective. The next subcategory of companies within the financial services industry are what you would consider other financial institutions. So these are finance or asset leasing companies. These companies, what they do is they go and they purchase assets en masse because they have the capital to do that, and then they lend them out to companies. So if it's a construction company, they might be lent out some construction equipment by these finance leasing companies for a fee that's paid back plus interest over time. This works well because these companies might not have the initial capital to purchase these assets in one go. This is why finance leasing companies exist, and that makes sense in a financial system. We also have investment funds, such as mutual funds, exchange traded funds. These are the slightly more complex funds that trade in different exchanges, exchange traded funds. A group of people who invest in a fund that follows or tracks specific stocks in a specific market. Same for mutual funds, but the difference is how they're priced. We also have private equity funds, which are essentially private investors who come together and purchase. Generally, it's companies in distress that they go after, or companies that are underperforming, and then they restructure them to performing companies, and then they sell them on for a profit. We've also got venture capital funds, which the way they deal is slightly different to private equity, in that venture capital look to invest from an activist perspective. So they look at startups, startups in technology that they see potential in, and then they invest in that and watch those startups grow in the long run. Then we have what we call broker dealers. So these are the large banks like Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, MUFG. Sorry?
No, 029 225 85. Okay.
Yes.
So with the broker dealers, these are large banks like Goldman Sachs, as I mentioned, Mitsubishi Financial Group. So these operate in a marketplace, in a stock exchange.
Sorry, Andrew. Can everybody
Yeah.
keep their mic closed, please? Because it seems people are switching on their mics. It's interrupting the presentation there. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Yeah, so back to the broker dealers. So these operate in a stock exchange as market makers. So they don't deal with your money and my money in a sense that they stand ready to purchase shares, purchase bonds, purchase derivatives in a marketplace, and then provide liquidity for traders in the marketplace. So they usually require a functional stock exchange to operate. So we know that Kenya has a stock exchange that's existed since 1954, I think, and Rwanda a bit more recently in 2011. So this is something that we should be looking to, and I believe the Honourable can probably provide more information on that, being somebody on the ground. This is probably something that the boss and the financial sector in South Sudan is looking at in the long run. A couple of examples of these funds are down here on the regional benchmark side. We've got I&M Capital Growth in Kenya. This is a listed investment fund. It's listed in the Nairobi Stock Exchange. There's the Rwanda Innovation Fund. They invest in technology-enabled startups. So Rwanda is quite good at looking at the technology side of things. They see an opportunity when it comes to the technological revolution, and they are heavily investing in that at the moment. You've also got Rentworks, which is a finance leasing company in Kenya at the moment. From a South Sudan perspective, as I mentioned, it was quite difficult for me to find data on existing other financial institutions, but I found one that operates in South Sudan at the moment, which is Kinyeti Venture Capital. This isn't a South Sudanese company as such. It's a joint venture between No Fund and Sweat Fund. So, as I mentioned, activist investors that are looking to invest in a cause and grow that business from that point. The third component of financial services industry is your insurance companies. So these companies, they operate by taking on the risk associated with a company or person seeking insurance in exchange for periodic payments. So insurance companies are they are a function of most financial or a lot of economies in the world, because it allows for businesses to come in and operate without thinking too much about the risk associated with the operator, because they are insured, right? We've got life insurance companies which insure a person in case of death. They make sure that your children, your wife, your husband are not left without. You have general insurance companies like car insurance companies and phone insurance companies and so on and so forth. And then you have this interesting other insurance company called a reinsurance company. So these exist to insure insurance companies, because insurance companies are scared that all of us might come knocking one day and put a claim in place and try to take all their money. So they need to be insured for a situation like that when it arises. So they get insured by other insurance companies as well. On the regional side, Kenya and Rwanda, the largest insurance company that we have is CIC Group. This is again Kenyan, and it operates across the East Africa region. In South Sudan, we have the Nyieer Insurance Company. I believe this is a small company that started recently, and they operate generally in the general insurance side of things. And again, with a bit more stability in the financial sector, there's more scale to grow and more scale for locally run insurance companies to come up. We also have Old Mutual, which is a worldwide insurance company, which I won't speak too much about because I'd like to focus on just the region for this presentation. the second last contribution to the financial services industry is your pension funds, right? So these pension funds represent a pool of savings that you accumulate during your working life in places like Australia, Hong Kong generally, and the UK. You have a pension fund as soon as you sign up in your workplace, and this starts off when you're about 14 and 9 months or 15 years old in Australia. And these contributions are deducted from your salary before tax as an employee, but your employer also matches this contribution. So in Australia, they're called super funds. I think 401k in the US and pension funds here in Hong Kong. The only one that I'm aware of in South Sudan at the moment is the SSPF. I don't know if this one is functional at the moment, but it's specifically pension funds for civil service members. When we look at the rest of the region, there are a lot of pension funds in existence at the moment, just given the amount of employers that are there in Kenya and Rwanda. ABSA is one of the large ones in Kenya. Britam, RSSB, which is run by the Rwandan government, as well as 50 other smaller pension funds. So these components make up the financial services industry. But on top of that, you've got auxiliary components which add to that. So you've got your advisory companies, which, they advise people on how to look after the money. You've got the funds management process, you've got administration. So these also add to the financial services industry as a whole. My next point is important as to how we bring this all together and how we make it work, right? You can't have pension funds if these pension funds don't pay their employees, right? And how these pension funds operate is that they get the money, the pension, and then they don't keep it in their accounts. They have to go invest it elsewhere, right? So that they invest in shares, they invest in bonds, mainly long-term investment for pension funds. Insurance companies do the same. All the insurance payments that you pay on a monthly basis, they don't just sit in their accounts. They have to go invest them elsewhere. Banks, when we talk about them being market makers, they have to make the market somewhere. And where they make this market is the stock exchange, the marketplace. So they have to be ready. They have to stand ready to buy and sell securities to maintain what they call market making and liquidity in the market. And this is why it's important, I think, for any country that has aspirations to grow the financial services industry to have a stock exchange. As I mentioned, Kenya's had one prior to independence. Rwanda launched theirs in 2011, and we've seen growth in these countries over time because what they've done is they've managed to keep these stock exchanges to a degree independent. You get private investors coming in, putting the money in, and to a degree, minimal interruption from the government. A stock exchange or anything else operates well when it's allowed to, operate within the economics definition of supply and demand without market interruption by government forces. So if it's allowed to function with that, minimal daily interference, it tends to thrive. And when it thrives, it tends to encourage foreign direct investment, local investment. And the great thing about stock exchanges is the fact that it can encourage financial inclusion, because I can go and invest in certain companies for a penny or for $1 or $2. I don't have to purchase a whole stock. I can purchase a percentage of a stock. And that means that a lot more people are given access to invest in these companies, and in turn investing in these companies mean that they can go and invest in growth prospects, and from that perspective they then grow. So I think it's imperative for South Sudan to look towards establishing a stock exchange if that's not already the case. But this will only work, this all comes together when you've got strong regulatory institutions in place as well, because investors want security, investors want assurance, investors want independence, which takes me to my next slide. So regulatory authorities. At the moment, I've had a look at the region, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, And a lot of the developing nations, they use the central bank as the main regulatory authority. So from my personal perspective, I think this is the incorrect approach. Central bank expertise should be focused on mainly just looking at the monetary policy, being the lender of last resort and managing the financial system. You start spreading the central bank resources slim, then you get situations where they're not functioning as they should because the expertise is not concentrated where it should. This is where regulatory authorities come in. You've got the Australia Prudential Regulatory Authority in Australia, you've got the Prudential Regulatory Authority in the UK. These authorities need to sit separate from the central banking system. One, it gives accountability. Two, it gives transparency. And when you have those functioning together, it allows and it encourages foreign investment and even local investment. It encourages me and you to put our money into the system because we know that we've got regulatory authorities who are making sure that the system is running as it should. Now, just to take you through some numbers and focusing specifically on financial services contribution to GDP, South Sudan contribute compared to Kenya. This data is quite old. As I mentioned, it's very difficult to come across information at the moment. And I think 2019 is a reasonable year to use for comparison purposes because we know after 2020, things started going a bit abnormal in markets across the world, not just in the West, but it's also impacting us in the continent. We saw a lot of our currencies get devalued after COVID when the supply chains were completely blocked off. And then on top of that, there was that war in Russia, which we discussed in the last People's Charter meeting, is impacting Africa because for some reason, Ukraine being the largest grain exporter, they export to Africa as well. A continent with 60% of the world's arable land, but that's a conversation for another time. So if you look at the South Sudanese net exports, we are exporting 3.16 million in terms of financial services and importing 15 million. A functional economy and any economy that's doing well wants to be a net exporter. That means that you're creating more value at home and you can export it outside. That means you're creating more jobs at home. You're creating more services, you're creating more products at home. Becoming a net exporter should be a goal for every large country. And South Sudan at the moment, or as at 2019, we're lacking a little bit in this. So hopefully we can see a turnaround as the environment becomes more conducive to investing. You compare this to Kenya, who, again, I want to stress that this comparison is not to say South Sudan is not doing as well as it should. We have to remember that South Sudan is quite a young country. Kenya obtained its independence in 1963, right? It's had a long period to learn, to grow, to focus. And we are mainly using this as a benchmark. It's always good to benchmark yourself against whoever's doing well in the region, because how do you improve if you don't benchmark yourself against the strongest? So from that perspective, we can see that Kenya is exporting significantly more than they are importing from a financial services perspective. And this is what we should aim to do. We should aim to become a net exporter instead of a net importer. So that concludes my presentation from a regional perspective. But I'd also like to add that we should look beyond that. As South Sudan, we can learn as much as we can from our regional peers, from our regional leaders, but we should look at what other places are doing well when it comes to the financial services industry. We should look at places like Qatar, who have a sovereign wealth fund. Places like Norway, who have 1.4 trillion, dollars in the sovereign wealth fund, which they then invest out, and then they reinvest in technology back at home. They reinvest in infrastructure back at home. They reinvest in education and so on and so forth. But this sovereign fund is used specifically to better the country. And that's something that we should be looking to do as well in South Sudan. So that concludes my presentation. I will be sending this to Justin as well. I have some references here for those who want to look at the information a bit more in depth, as we are quite limited when it comes to time. And Yeah, thank you all. I'm happy to take any questions from anyone. Thank you.
Oh, Andrew, thank you for that phenomenal and stupendous presentation. We're so proud and so honored, and for your time and all that you've learned, which is amazing, and the research you carried out, because this is the only way we could actually come out of where we are by studying and learning and from other people's experiences, but also projecting ourselves or postulating ourselves beyond this, because we're very blessed. We're very blessed with resources. Yeah. Yes, brother Acuil, Mr. Acuil, go ahead. Thank you, Andrew. I just wanted to thank Andrew. Go ahead, Honorable Acuil.
There's a chance to share share. Is there a chance to share the presentation?
Yes, we will. We will share it. Yeah, we will share it on.
What has been presented?
Yeah, we will
Okay,
share it.
good.
We'll
Thank you.
definitely share it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Andrew, we salute you for that. And I'm sure there'll be lots of questions. Yeah. I also recognize the presence of Aguirre. Welcome. We've also had, I saw Edmund. Edmund, are you in the room? You were here some time back, but maybe he's popped out. Mr. Acuil, you're in the dark, but is it possible to make your presentation? And then we'll take questions after. Or should we ask questions first for Mr. Andrew before we get to you? What's your take, your suggestion?
Yeah, go with Andrew. Go with Andrew, yes.
Okay.
I will put on my...
All right. Okay. So any questions for Andrew, please feel free. Or any contributions or commentary based on his discussion or his input recently. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Kush, go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Andrew, for this great contribution and presentation. And you obviously have the depth and knowledge into what you're talking about. And I just wanted to follow up on the question that you mentioned, that the central banks currently is not doing what, it's not playing the role that it's supposed to be doing, like in other countries, and it's supposed to be managing. I mean, it's supposed to be like in the area of lending money rather than trying to manage in the economy. So I just wanted to, if you could be able to just talk about it more, like what is specifically how the central bank should actually be doing, or what are their actual duties supposed to be. So everybody should have an understanding of the role of the central bank.
Yes, no problem, Kush. Sorry, I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding from what I said. So yes, the central bank's central role is to manage the economy through monetary policy, but this is they should be intervening when things are exceptionally going one way or the other. For example, when you look at the Bank of England intervening when inflation is going through the roof by increasing interest rates. So that is the central bank's function, and that is what the central bank is doing at the moment in South Sudan. What I meant to say was that on top of these central bank functions, I think that in South Sudan and Rwanda and places like Kenya as well, sometimes they take on a lot more than necessary, because they should be, for example, maintaining regulation within the financial industry. You know, there should be an authority that looks at regulations in the industry. So, for example, when a new bank wants to be opened, that request needs to go through a central bank, but ultimately, in certain places, it's signed off by the Prudential Regulation Authority, which has the expertise to scrutinize the bank's starting capital position, you know, the amount of risk the bank is taking, and so on and so forth. So my argument is that this should be a separate function that sits within these regulatory authorities, so that they can specialize in this. They can use their expertise to do this, and the central bank should focus specifically on the economy management from a monetary policy perspective.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the clarification, and hopefully later on, if you get a chance to be able to talk more about the Minister of Finance, because it seemed like the whole economy has just been, every time it's just been thrown to the next Minister of Finance, and expecting that magically they're supposed to be, you know, pulling like a magic wand and solve everything, and without knowing that there is a central bank, there is a services, and all the other things that you have mentioned. So hopefully that you could be able to talk about it later on, or if you have a minute or two to talk about it, the role of the Minister of Finance in the economy.
that might be one for the honourable to speak about, because I don't have the inside information as to what results in these sackings, unfortunately.
Is that a tactical deploy to avoid? I think again it's about regulators and how independent those regulators are. But South Africa definitely has gone way ahead. So has Australia. These are developed nations really, where there's less responsibility on politicians and institutions that they manage, and more on professionals. I mentioned to you earlier, Mr. Edmund, Yakani mentioned they're organizing an event together with the Bankers Association and CEPO are hosting an event to look at banking. And one thing that I wanted to know, in addition to what Kush mentioned, is if you had to create a regulator, and as well as the Bankers Association, what roles could they bring in, and how, from your experience, for instance, in an independent regulator, ombudsman, how can that be arrived at, and to what extent in our constitution? Maybe Comrade Acuil would mention this, would talk about this, but regulators are not part of our dynamics at the moment, but we definitely need independent regulators. So what would be your advice or take on the need to have a totally independent regulator? But then how can it work with government institutions that are overbearing, or even an executive that is overbearing, with the view of ensuring that, for instance, there's investor confidence and investors are not suddenly being told to dig their hands into their pockets more, as opposed to just, investing and getting on with what they came to do?
Yeah, it's a tough question, but ultimately the answer is independence, right? There has to be oversight, but the oversight has to be scrutinized in a logical way. So, for example, for an exchange, so I'll speak from an Australian perspective because that's what I'm familiar with. So, for example, Australia has this regulator called ASIC. So this is the Australia Securities Investment Commission. So they oversee the stock exchange for any potential mismanagement, whether it is insider trading and so on and so forth. So companies are beholden to ASIC, and this does not require any government intervention as such. The Prudential Regulation Authority also acts the same way. So it is an independent body to the government, to the Reserve Bank itself as well. So it doesn't have to answer to the Reserve Bank. And so my answer is just the complete independence is how it needs to be enshrined in the Constitution.
Absolutely. Again, the role of technology, which Alar mentioned earlier, is very pivotal to any modernization of our financial sector. So he mentioned earlier, for instance, fintech, the financial technology solutions can enhance efficiency, reduce cost, and improve access to financial services. This includes digital payment systems, blockchain technology to secure transactions, and data analytics for information and decision making. From your experience, how far is Kenya and Rwanda along this line, and what can South Sudan learn from the region as well as further afield?
Yeah, so Kenya, I think, is establishing itself as almost a hub in East Africa for digital technology, and just taking that leap. Of M-Pesa, for example. That's a digital payment system that's currently in place. If you look at places like Rwanda, they've got this hub called Norsken House, which was run by this guy called Pascal, and he has partners in Norway. So Norsken House has its base in Norway, but they built a technological hub in Rwanda where technological minds, young people from all over Africa can come, book some space, sit down, talk about the different solutions they have to the different issues we're facing now. mainly from a digital perspective. You know, at the moment, I think Rwanda is looking to introduce e-scooters or electric buses. I don't know if you've been to Rwanda or Kigali recently. There's a lot of motorcycles, there's a lot of pollution in the air, so they're looking at how they can balance that, and they're giving that task, that responsibility to the youth. So there's a lot of in Rwanda especially, there's a lot of trust given to the youth to come up with solutions, because they are more or less familiar with the new technologies that are in place at the moment.
So much. Thank you for that. No, I haven't been to Rwanda for a while. Yeah, but thank you for that. The floor is open for anybody if you want to ask Andrew a question before we move to Honorable Acuil Banggol to make his presentation.
The only other comment I'd like to make about Australia's financial system is that we also have AUSTRAC, and AUSTRAC is responsible for making sure that foreign investments are compliant and come from good, worthy sources without any form of vested interest, if you can put it that way, in the national economy. It is also very much about foreign ownership and making sure that the assets, the core assets of the nation, are owned by the nation. It's another core component of the Australian financial system, and it protects from exploitation of your assets and your reserves. It is probably something that may be fundamental to South Sudan, to protect your natural resources from exploitation. And it again is independent, as Andrew's pointed out. It is a separate role, and if you do cross a certain threshold in Australia for investment, you would then have to go to the federal government to get permission to invest in that form of assets. So that is also enshrined in regulation, and it's very important given the amount of money that's running around the world looking for resources at the moment. So it's the other layer in the Australian financial system that's been critical to protecting us from, for example, China trying to own too much of our core assets.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Hugh, for that interjection. Clearly, one of the biggest issues we face in our region is obviously these other nations have been there for 60 years plus. When we emerged, suddenly everybody came in. So literally all our banking is run by foreign banks. So they're the ones who dominate. There was a stage that they were the ones even paying our army. When, as Andrew said earlier, there are indigenous banks, but for some reason they were starved of funds. The government never saw this as a necessary and relevant institutions that they could back easily to safeguard. Because everybody, for instance, when the Ethiopian banks came in, they supported the business community. Kenyan banks also give favorable opportunities to their own, but our banks don't really exist, so they haven't been looked after, and so they haven't really supported the local business entities or even look after the interests of the government. The government interest is in the hands of external banks. And so definitely there is a need to think from a security viewpoint, or even just the long-term interests of South Sudan, as opposed to just the day in, day out issues. Is we got to think longitudinally in terms of how to protect our own assets. Like now, oil is a sector that even the regulators in the oil sector, the oil was first exploited by the Sudan government at our detriment. And even when the peace process came, we didn't know what was 100%. We were supposedly given 50%. But even now, there's a lot of undisclosed issues. And whether there are real regulators, not only within government, there should be independent regulators from citizens who, retired or people who have experience or friends, to look after those long-term interests. But at times, government interests and everything else merges. And I think this is a trend around Africa where governments are unaccountable for, and they go to bed with the business sector. And in the end, it gets very blurry. I think Keith might agree with us how the ANC succumbed to the capital dominant entities who have compromised them altogether and defaced the ANC. Yeah, and it's duty bound obligations to the citizens after years of suffering. So regulatory entities are a real problem. But who supervises these entities, Hugh or Andrew? I mean, how do we make sure they're constantly on point in terms of addressing these challenges?
Well, as Andrew said, they're independent, and it's the independence that's critical, because you have peer review upon peer review. So if any one group is compromised, other aspects of the financial system will pick it up and they'll intervene. And the consequences for misconduct in Australia for financial misconduct are extremely serious. You do not want to break the law in this country of any of our financial laws, because there's no question about it. A, you will go to jail, and B, you'll probably never have a significant role in this country ever again. So they don't tolerate it here. It does happen, and we do have issues like any nation. There is corruption in every country, but it is that regulatory system, it is that peer review system that Andrew was talking about. And we have 4 primary banks, which are our 4 pillars. We have a 5th community bank. The community bank is responsible for banking services in regional areas. Australia is a little bit different to most countries. It is extremely sparsely populated. Once you get outside of the core cities, it literally turns to very little. And yet there's still banking services in regional areas, because the community bank, which is also regulated and under the regulation of the system that Andrew's explained, it works really well, and it provides services to really remote and regional communities across this country. One of the architects of the financial system was a man called Paul Keating, controversial character, not the most likable man in some areas of politics and liked by others, but he put a lot of rules and regulations into our financial system, which protected us from the global financial crisis that impacted the United States and Europe, because the banks just weren't allowed to do the things they did. The subprime mortgage is illegal in Australia. You can't do it. So there's lots of things that can be learnt from the UK, from Australia, from the United States, other places, and applied in a version that works for South Sudan and your culture, because culturally you are obviously got your own culture and you've got to protect that. I want to make another comment that you do talk about Africa as being sort of limited in economic prosperity, but I will point out that Latin America and South America are suffering from exactly the same problem. So it's not just an African problem. This problem is existing elsewhere. EIPC, which we'll talk about another time, maybe to this group, is active in different regions. And so the words that I'm hearing you all say here today, I hear the same words in Latin America, and I hear the same words in South America. So it's not just an African problem. There's structures in Latin American economies which also need reform, because they don't have that robust regulatory system, and their financial systems can get rorted by a select corrupt few, and they run off with the national wealth. And so it is that political, and it is that legal, it is that financial, it is that regulatory framework that you've got to put in place and enforce very, very strictly. If you do that, you'll have a very robust banking system. And you've got a great opportunity, because you've got literally a blank piece of paper. It's a very unique position in the world to be in, and you should capitalize on that. Yes, Kenya is dominating the region at the moment, but Kenya has a lot of baggage, a lot of history with its financial system that it's got to unravel, or it can't be as nimble as you. So it's just something to point out to you, that you've got a great opportunity in your hand.
Absolutely. So thank you for pointing that out. At times, I think when we talk of Africa, because we are behind everybody else, but clearly the other colonial territories have learned a thing or two. And for instance, Brazil has actually, gone beyond all possibilities. Argentina has always had ups and downs. But generally, Southern American states do very well. The Asian states clearly have learned. But we somehow seems to be standing, but there's a point for taking. Go ahead.
We're very active in Argentina. In fact, I'll be sharing that with you directly. I want you to participate on the Argentina program, because the new president is reforming their financial system right now, so that that nation doesn't have the ups and downs that it's experienced. And its problems are because it made some systemic mistakes in the past, and those have cost it and its people dearly. But Argentina should have been like Australia. There's no reason why that nation should not have been like Australia. And if you look at their history, there's a lot to be learnt from what not to do in South Sudan from what they did in Argentina.
Thank you so much, Hugh. Thank you for that. Yeah, I appreciate you staying up as well, including some of my friends who are here. You know, you guys are literally on the verge of it's 3 o'clock almost. Yeah. So I think if Andrew, if you want to have any last words, then we go to Comrade Acuil, Honorable Acuil.
Just
yeah, Monon, you have a question?
Yeah, I just have one question. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Monon. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's to my observation. It's look the big challenges in South Sudan. The public don't trust the bank. How we can address that? Because people actually don't trust the bank. They don't put their money in the bank, and I don't think financially, if the money don't actually get to the bank, how the bank can survive even in terms of investment, in terms of loaning people money, because everybody keeping money outside of the bank. How that can be resolved, or how the public can be attracted to put that money in the bank system. Thank you.
Well, that's a very relevant point, really, because clearly we prefer our pillows and our blankets and beds and maybe a hole somewhere. Andrew, over to you. Thank you, Manon, for that.
Sorry, I was just trying to unmute myself. So to answer that, and I'll try not to sound too general, but I think the one thing we have to ask ourselves, you know, why doesn't the public sort of trust the bank? And does that tie back to, you know, other institutions, be it economic institutions and political institutions within the country? If you don't have stability, it's very difficult to trust that you're going to continue delivering, right? We have an instance where the finance minister keeps getting replaced every, you know, so often, but without much explanation as to what the underlying reason is. So if I don't know why there's so many changes happening within the finance sector, within the government, how would I trust that? You know, if I don't know why, you know, the Bank of South Sudan keeps changing governors so often, how would I trust the Bank of South Sudan? If the Bank of South Sudan is meant to be the main monetary authority within the country that oversees all the other banks, and there's so much instability within that, how can I then trust the other banks in South Sudan? So again, it all comes down to the stability. And one thing that brings in that stability is that regulation that we're talking about just before.
Absolutely. I think it's a good point. Andrew, over to you before we go to Acuil, and he could probably fill in some of those other gaps. Over to you.
Sorry, was that another?
Yeah, I was saying if you do you want to respond to anything else, or should we move on to Acuil?
Yeah, we can move on to Acuil, unless anybody else has another question for me. Then
okay. Robin, do you want to have a crack? We haven't heard your lovely voice since earlier. Or Angelo. Hi, Robin.
Hi. No, I don't have anything. So I'm just a participant supporting Andrew, but yeah, I support the sort of the arguments coming from a compliance professional background, the importance for regulation and compliance and overall just transparency, especially when you're looking at, for instance, shareholders and companies, that can also drive sort of that confidence in investors and also other international institutions looking at the country as favourable. So yeah, a great presentation, Andrew.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I don't have much to say, Justin. I just want to say thank you to Andrew. I just want to ask Andrew, when are you coming home and invest all this knowledge instead of being in China? I know it's a challenge, but one person can make a difference. Maybe you will be the one person that people will talk about in the next 50 to 100 years. Thank you.
Inshallah, soon. You know, I'll be visiting at the end of the year. I think I was last there in 2019, and I met some people as well. So hopefully, I think learning is still a continuous thing. What I mentioned now is just a fraction of the knowledge that I can continue learning and hopefully eventually reinvest it back at home.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you for being so humble too. We really appreciate your input. I'll share this. We'll share this recording with Alar, your friend and colleague. I'm sure he'll be very happy to listen in. Thank you very much. Over to Mr. Acuil, Honorable Acuil. Please introduce yourself briefly for 3 minutes or so, and then present your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. And as I put it earlier, it's a great chance for this generation to explore the opportunities prevailed to us by information communication technology. And especially this moment whereby we have our compatriot, Mr. Nyieer, is bringing us together on Zoom. Is a good opportunity, and the chances are greater that we could learn from each other. Today, I came with more ears to listen and learn, reflect, but I will give you some viewpoints about the situation in South Sudan. Well, in general, the country financial system would be as much as possible identical within the characteristics of the market, the society, the government, and the institutions which are there. Financial system in many countries is either controlled by two, much more two groups. The group of the central bank in that country and doing monetary policy, and the Ministry of Finance doing doing the financial policy, fiscal policy. But the other group is the capital market. Example, if you go to US, you have the Treasury, you have the bank, and then you have the Wall Street. Now, if you go to London, the same, London Stock Exchange, the central bank, a lot of other countries. But one good example is the Shanghai Hong Kong Bank Corporation Limited. The HSBC Limited. Now, I'm bringing this because if you see the HSBC Limited in China, in Hong Kong, or in Europe, is the same. So if you are interested to want to have comparative analysis about what is the difference between the two systems, the difference is very blurred, and it is not the point of discussion here. It's very blurred because otherwise the HSBC in China is the same, in Hong Kong is the same in Europe. Okay, the rest of the world is being controlled by World Bank and International Monetary Funds. It is not also a subject of our discussion. Now, let us go to the Bank of South Sudan. The Bank of South Sudan, like any other upcoming institutions, still suffer from weak institutions, then attitude of the leaders and the managing it, and then also the management and then the actors, leave aside the stakeholders. Now, the Bank of South Sudan has just been supported by two acts. The Bank of South Sudan Act 2011, amended 2023, and the Banking Act 2011, amended 2023. The main features in this is that the Banking Act is changed from only Banking Act into Banking and Other Financial Institutions Act 2011, amended 2023. The good news is that the Banking Act and the Bank of South Sudan are giving the Bank of South Sudan Act are giving the Bank of South Sudan now more roles in monetary policies. Good news has come. There's a reference to other financial institutions, which include microfinance, includes other financial institutions like insurance and other ones, which early on until recently, they were not under Bank of South Sudan, or they were not within the legal management of the Bank of South Sudan. It was being assumed that other central banks are doing it, but thank God for the leadership of the Bank of South Sudan, the former and the current one. These two acts are now in place. Now, when I talk of actors, I'm very pleased to hear before I was celebrating when I heard that Mr. Nyieer was telling me that there is going to be a workshop soon, supported by CEPO, and then undertaken by the South Sudan Bankers Associations. This is a very important element of the actors who are supposed to move away from the banks in South Sudan. Since 2011 until today, they were not working as banks, not because they are only blamed for that, no, but they were acting as money transfer agents, either money transfer, money coming to South Sudan, or money going out of South Sudan, but not banking. And one of the actors are those people who are supposed to be the clients of the bank. Who are the clients of the bank? The clients of the bank are not the middle class. They are not the developed marketplace. Are individual officials, some intellectuals, or some former freedom fighters, or newcomers to the marketplace with little knowledge of what to do with the money. Even if you give to somebody $10 million US, he will go and put them under the under the pillow. So that is the attitude of the actors. That is a challenge. The other challenge is that actually the banks in our circumstances where we are is only working as a store or bank notes or a manufacturer of bank notes, because it's the bank which issue the bank notes. Now we are entering into the era of digital bank, digital currency. Yes, the bank is now in charge of, might be issuing the digital currency when the digital financing takes up its space. Now, the bulk number of the population are people come in the rural areas who are not very skilled. I had before that, okay, financial literacy. I overheard this and I took it seriously because give myself as me, Acuil in towns, and me with my relatives and my friends and my brothers and sisters at home. What do we do with the money when I give them the money? The moment I give the money die. The money die because the money does not enter into circulation. It is either it is put on cows or they go and put it under a pillow. So the actors who are supposed to put their money in the bank so that the bank would be confident that the amount of money they have, they are giving interest. Where will they give interest? They will give interest only if they are lending out money and they are earning money. So the traders in the market, we don't have importers, we don't have distributors, and we hardly have retailers. Even if some are pretending to be importers or distributors or retailers, they are not doing it professionally, or they are not doing technically, entrepreneurshiply, but actually they are doing it as a ladder for them to fill their pocket, not to make money, to make money, to create wealth, not to create wealth, to invest, to take the risk to invest. So those are challenges, overall challenges. So it is about attitude, about behavior, about the level of socioeconomic development in the space we are in. We could blame the banks that they are not lending, but whom do they lend? It is not only high risk, but the non-starter. Because an entrepreneur should come with the business plan convincingly, encouraging the bank to take the risk and they share the risk, but this is not happening. Those who have millions might have got them not in the right way, so they wouldn't like to keep them in the bank. Or those who have chance to have the right way to get the money, see the banks at the bank which is charging by depositing and by withdrawing, so it is about it is losing money. It is only when you are not secure, when your money is not secure, then you put some money in the bank. But the moment you are putting them, they are being charged. When we are drawing them, they are being charged. The ledger book is also being charged. So it is not. I'm not saying this as a hopeless situation, but those are real challenges. We want economists and our bankers to creatively, innovatively come up with a situation whereby we could explore any opportunity to encourage banking, lending, and successful investment. These three things, if they don't work, then the banks are only like stores of banknotes. Yesterday, Honorable Governor of the Bank of South Sudan had conducted a press release, and he was talking about the fourth phase of what he saw early on as a problem, even before the recent crisis. this idea of selling bank notes or selling the hard currency notes like tomatoes in the street, Governor James Ali saw it as a challenge. So he came up with a very good phase out program, whose phase was on yesterday's a day for yesterday press conference. And his one-page note on the fourth phase, the fourth phase of the action of the Bank of South Sudan to solve this problem is already in social media. If you need it later on, I will share it. But it is saying that, okay, you are allowed to trade in hard currency is as long as you have a license and you have a place and you are displacing the sorry. You are displaying the official exchange rate in a very visible place in your place, and you are welcome. It will also help the bank to know who have exchanged, and mostly the purposes for by getting the dollar or getting the South Sudanese pounds. But most of it, our money has been going out because many of the officials in South Sudan have just come from abroad. And when you are coming from abroad, you don't just move with the family. So children are still either in primary school, university, secondary school, all these challenges. Then also treatment. And the bigger thing which is taking away our things, taking away our money are two. Basic commodities, and they are being brought in by foreigners. The distributors are foreigners, the retailers are foreigners. So these three groups, at the end of the day, lend of the little hard currency we have, and it is going out through money transfer. We have the challenges of infrastructure. We have the challenges of investment in cottage industry and mega production schemes. But we are not folding our hands. So we know the challenges already. We are not blaming anybody. We are not blaming why are we in this situation. We know they are real. And one good move, if CEPO and bankers associations would have their own workshops and started to become innovative, then now the Ministry of Finance could play the role of regulator, and in fiscal policy, and the Bank of South Sudan will play the role of money policy, monetary policy. Now, earlier on, I heard from you, I heard over the discussion that was talking here about regulatory institutions. In Kenya, you have the CMA, which is Capital Market Authority. And Capital Market Authority, and I believe it's the same, I just assume it's the same in the world. If the Capital Market Authority is regulating the Juba, in future the Juba market, the Juba capital market, or any other transaction in the capital market, it will be based on the two main things: monetary policy and financial policies, fiscal policies. So the regulators that are to come are supposed to be within the Banking Act, the Banking and Other Financial Institution Act, which is out. But we have to translate, all of us, the Bank of South Sudan, the actors in the financial system, in the upcoming financial system. I hope soon we are able to establish our identical financial system within South Sudan. Character with regards of what to do with importation, with regard to what to do with encouraging production, encouraging banking. So it needs all of us. So when I came in this, to attend this Zoom meeting, I wanted to learn from what other people are doing. And I want also to express my expectation from our South Sudanese friends. I'm seeing Wani Michael on the line, and other colleagues, other compatriots elsewhere. The other aspect I did not talk about it is politics. Politics in South Sudan and in most of other African places, but let me talk about South Sudan. It is competition over status, to enjoy privileges and entitlement. And therefore, the fighting is among politicians. It is not a competition over popularity so that you target the public, the voters, then you listen to the voters and you champion their aspirations. So what is being referred to as instability is fundamental. Because how the stability is going to be difficult, it's going to take long. Already, you can see what is happening with the revitalized peace agreement. It is the catch word is power sharing. A power what? A power to protect status, a power to protect entitlement, and power to protect the privilege. So the political community is not helping, is not leading. There's no single political party in South Sudan which has national program of action in the market, in the culture, in education. So they have a right to proclaim that they are a political party because they have a manifesto and they have the constitution that they are not even referring to it, but they enjoy the right of challenging other political parties of what they have failed to do, but not trying to come up with inspirational move to influence and transform what is happening in South Sudan. So please, I am also coming to the bank with the background of public policy making process. So I might be using terminologies here which are a little bit strange, but definitely without conscious, without active, without technically able actors, then the sphere of financial system in South Sudan will continue to remain to be only managing salaries and managing income from the proceeds of the oil, which actually don't belong to our generation. They are supposed to be put somewhere, and then the current generation should invest and keep it or add a value to it, that is sustainable wealth creation. But today, the system, inevitably, we are serving as salaries providers. The system is salaries providers. The bank is only to keep the bank notes, to give our salaries. The banking in South Sudan, the other banks is only to transfer money, but not to do the economic, the profitable banking, whereby the bank is supposed to invest the money through lending. So those are the challenges. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Honorable Acuil. Kush, are you able to respond? Because I thought you said you might be able to, but it was very comprehensive, Acuil, and I know it's hard not to speak officially, but as always, you speak your mind and when you speak the truth and adhere to the interests of the nation and the people. So we salute you for that. The floor is open also if anybody wants to ask Honorable Acuil questions. And Andrew as well, if you can interact with everybody. We will be shutting down in the next 25 minutes. So if for the last session, if anybody wants to come in, we also want to give a chance to Mr. Hugh as well as Mr. Keith if they want to have any input and then or ask questions to the speakers. Feel free. Welcome, Mr. Wani Michael, and also welcome, Dr. Yag. It's always a pleasure to have both of you. Yeah. Go ahead. The mic is open to anyone.
Just a couple of questions. What is the current capability of South Sudan to receive large foreign investment?
I don't think there's an issue. Again, it's about accessing funds, and it becomes difficult to access funds when you want it, but it can be worked about. But the Honorable Acuil could probably answer that. Are we receiving any investments, and can investors send money through? Honorable Acuil.
Okay. That is the highest goal that South Sudan is looking for, and it is what we need so that we put our financial system in place, whereby we know the level of investment and what is going to be to remain in South Sudan through the payment of the service that we are giving and royalties and the amount of money going out. Surely this is the best thing that South Sudan is going to look at. But let us take other challenges. One of them is instability. Then the instability is social media and civil society they are taking one aspect of their role. The civil society is doing its level best to highlight the mistakes being made by the government, but civil society is not helping its members to play their role. One of them is what you mentioned before, the Bankers Association. The Bankers Association is the civil society aspect of the banking, because it is if they play their role and bring in the expertise, they would influence very much the policy framework, translating policy to institution and program and implementation. So that is a challenge. So when you come to political parties, they are not competing over inspirational views. You have political parties in the government and political parties outside the government. When they talk to each other, they talk about how strong an entity is and how bad the opposition is. And therefore, it is only about subjecting the situation to be unfavorable. So this part of psychological instability, there is real instability because of guns are still not collected in the hands of the people. There is a lot of non-tariff taxation, whether through the roadblocks or through different layers of the government doing double taxes. So those are the challenges. But nevertheless, countries like Japan came out from war, and the Central Bank of Japan led the process, despite the fact that they were under armpit of the American financial system after the Second World War. The Bank of Japan was having a leverage of two things. First of all, they were having something called window guidance. They were not relying on the free market. And that's why they helped the then military, the then war economy into service production, producing service goods. So the bank was encouraging it. So we really need to psychologically, mentally, and what we want to accomplish is all costing the challenge that I mentioned, instability. The other thing is also human resources. And we need to invest a lot in human resources. I know some other countries, even in Asia, it is either cheap labor or professional, cheap labor and professional labor. Highly productive, cheap labor and professional labor. Those are the things that all of us, but South Sudan is left for competition, for antagonistic politics and antagonistic civic engagement. Yeah, so those are the challenges. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you very much for that explanation. Thank you very much. Okay.
So it is open for investment. with a few
It is
issues
open
here.
for investment, sure.
I was asking the question.
It is not against the investment.
No, that's fine. Because our form of investment is a grant. It's non-recourse, but it does have some. It's a humanitarian approach, but we'll talk to you directly about that. Because our organization is, we have prepared the finance to be invested into South Sudan. That is you have one bank in Juba, which is SWIFT capable, which we are working with right now.
Which is good.
But is Andrew still on the call? Andrew, are you still here, or has he stepped off? Because it's pretty late in Hong Kong too.
I'm still here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a direct conversation with you. Just I won't share the quantum of funding that we're putting into South Sudan, but it is larger than the current GDP, and it's a form of a grant, so it's a non-recourse structure. We're a humanitarian program, but we create core infrastructure for nations. We're doing this all over the planet. So you having worked in the Australian financial system, we're governed by we are based from Australia, so all of the restrictions and compliance that we have to comply with, you'll be completely familiar with. So it is a direct extension of our financial system into South Sudan. So it'll be worth having a conversation with our board at the appropriate time in the next few weeks, if your calendar permits. So we'd appreciate your insights.
Sounds good. Let's get involved.
Thank you, Mr. Hugh. Yeah, there's a question from Manon. Manon, thank you again, Mr. Acuil, for your participation there. Manon, go ahead.
Okay, thank you again, Nyieer, and also my greeting to Comrade Acuil. Really happy for the good presentation that is very frankly saying what is happening on the ground. My question is, what are the policy that actually South Sudan is offering to guarantee the investors and insensitive that come with that package? Because we know our country is risk and this instability, but it does not make us not to reach out, attract the investors to come to the country if we really mean it, you know. But most of the investors will ask how I can guarantee my financial or my investment going to be protected. And those answers are very important for the most investors who want to come to South Sudan. And thank you.
Oh, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Manon. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Acuil.
Yes. For those who have having interest in knowing such opportunities in South Sudan, we have the South Sudan Companies Act 2012. And now we have the Bank of South Sudan Act 2011, amended 2023. And then we have the Banking and Other Financials Act 2011-2023. We have also Investment Act 2009, and it was revised in 2002. 2022. So we have some few online which we are going to be updated soon because of now the Banking Act has just come out and the Banking and Other Financial Institution Act. We have very good setup in the government with regards to Ministry of Investment and the Investment Authority. We have Ministry of Trade. And now we have Bank of South Sudan. So it will be good for our partners who are interested in South Sudan socio-economic marketplace, they want to invest in South Sudan, that the attitude towards welcoming and the opportunities are huge, are very supportive. Then the only challenge is what I have just mentioned earlier, is stability, the real and psychological instability with regards to the way South Sudanese are projecting South Sudan. Because that is a big responsibility, by the way. We South Sudanese on this line, we have to say this. We have to differentiate between competing and antagonizing oneself and actually misrepresenting the South Sudan image. They have a lot of negative impact on investors, on the society, and the whole system. Thank you. But otherwise, the potential are huge.
Okay, thank you so much. If you can share those documents with our charter form.
No, they are online. Actually, you can.
Thank you.
Yeah, they are online. Actually, you could Google them. Anytime you could Google them and you get them. It is only the two acts that have been just released recently that are yet to be. Okay. But all the laws that I've suggested before, they are online. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please also, if you can, do share the new ones with us, because they take time sometime. Have they been enacted in Parliament or not yet?
Yeah, legislated and enacted upon.
Okay, which is good.
And even printed now. So the next thing we are waiting for, it is my hope that the ministry and also the bank are going to put them online to replace the old ones.
Okay.
But otherwise, this is a very good progress.
Oh, wonderful there. Lovely. Yes. Before Wani comes in and Carnita, Kush, do you want to say something? I want to ask Mr.
Yeah.
Keith if he wants to say anything.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just wanted to ask Acuil, Comrade Acuil, a quick question. You just mentioned earlier that the average South Sudanese, if they have a money, if you give them $1 million, they will just keep it at home under the mattress or something like that. So it's kind of like there is a sentiment that the average person doesn't know what to do with the money. So therefore, even giving the money is not even a priority to be doing that. But I've seen that in South Sudan, people are really, the entrepreneurship spirit is kind of, everybody's just doing something. Everybody's just doing business and investing money and buying this and doing this. So if the people in the government believing that the average person would not know what to do with the money, wouldn't that be like
no, it is not only the average. No, it is not. It is not. Sorry, it is not only the average person. Even me, myself, who is on TV, on a computer with you now. If you give me 100,000 South Sudan, $100,000, or you give me 10 million, tomorrow you come, you'll find me still in the same. Because I will enjoy having the money with me. I will not be investing in potential. And it is not a blame. It is inevitable stage of development. It is you, the next generation, to liberate our mentality from this and capacitating us. This thing cannot come because of political victory, because we have proclaimed a country. No, entrepreneurship and management. These are skills to be learned. These are skills to be learned, and institutional culture to be
Right. Yeah. Just a follow up. If we're having this kind of thinking, then we will not making any possible to lend money, because we're believing that they will not know what to do with the money. Therefore, there is no need to do microfinance or to do lending or doing all those things. But there is a lot of people in Juba. Everybody's running, because the money that you receive from the government, the $20 salary, it will not last you a day or two. So everybody's running, doing something, but the access to cash is limited. So if people having more access to cash through banking, it will be people. It will drive the entrepreneurship. So if we just wanted to believe that there is people wanted to do something, let them giving them more cash. That's what I just wanted to emphasize. But thank you for that point.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kush. We appreciate that point. Mr. Keith, do you want to say anything? If you want to make a contribution before we move on to Mr. Nyieer and Carnita and Manon. Your mic is not on.
Okay, is that on?
He's on now. It's on. Yeah, it's on now. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just very brief comments. And starting at home, you might have, or Fit might have heard the name Marcus Jooste. Mr. Marcus Jooste was able to bypass all the world's best chartered accountants and claim through his books that he had access to at least 500 billion South African rands. And so he'd accessed pension funds, many pension funds in South Africa, which had laid money with him. To cut a very long story short, is that Mr. Jooste was wanted by the German financial ministry for embezzlement, for bogus investment. He was wanted in South Africa for the same. And over the period of 10 years, finally the South African financial institution, particularly the SA Revenue Services, caught up with him, and he was going to be fined something like 400 million rands. Cut a very long story short, he took his life. He took his life last week, hoping to evade the revenue service. The story is not over because he has property in his name, and he has colleagues. They will face the music. What I'm saying is, I think we must always ask, who are the watchers of the watchdogs? Who watch the watchdogs of finances? And that's no easy answer to that. I know it's very easy to highlight that South Africa's politicians have been eating out of the bowl of bankers, etc. But this story is an indication of how there is no financial institution in the world that is free of embezzlement, or free of manipulation, or free of theft. And I'll say in a word, the stock exchanges are going to have to find some way of dealing with the dataization of the world. I think it was Mr. Kush who mentioned that data is the new gold. And if that is so, and I believe that he has a point to make there, we should maybe be asking ourselves, how do we enable our young people to use both faithfully and honestly for the country, for South Sudan, the building up of data, being able to access data, being able to process that and control it. Just a question, maybe, is there some way in which the control of data could be put in the hands of young people in South Sudan, so that they too can enable the economies? And I think, I'm not sure about Kenya, but I know that Rwanda is doing a exceptional task in getting their young people to go forward. This is a very last comment, but I think it's a large comment. The World Economic Forum has published an article in 23 in November, Africa, the leader in digital and mobile banking. Africa, leader in digital and mobile banking, World Economic Forum. I think to some extent, the question would be largely I'm hearing a lot about a peace dividend and what role could oil play in that. And I think someone mentioned that it should be. Is that a possible discussion that could be held by the forum to inquire as to how that oil can be used as a peace dividend? And a good example of that is the Icelandic nation, which has invested all the income from its oil and pays a dividend to every citizen, regardless. I think if you work there and live there for 5 years, you qualify for a dividend, and that's quite substantial. That's something that could be discussed and engaged, possibly as a substitute for a basic income grant or a universal basic income. Just a question. And finally, I think is the scenario of financing is changing. I'm sure you all know has changed, and I think we're going to be blindsided if we don't look at the emergence of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, the BRICS banks.
BRICS, yeah.
And I would think it's important to have some kind of discussion in terms of how South Sudan, maybe I should say, maybe South Africa should be seen as the discussion starter in Africa. And from what I hear is that the move towards a de-dollarization of the South African rand is on the cards. I also hear that there are 23 countries that have joined BRICS, and I'm talking about de-dollarization. So there's, in all senses, a possible reshaping of the financial architecture in the world, and I think South Sudan is in a good space at the moment to take advantage of that. I'll stop there.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Keith. Those were very lovely contributions. I think Acuil can probably answer some of those, and but my take on what we need to do, discussing those suggestions you've mentioned, we definitely will. South Sudan is rich enough to look after the most vulnerable to begin with, but also to make sure every citizen gets something of the peace dividends. The peace dividends has not arrived as yet, but hopefully it will, and it needs to be. We're working as part of the charter on a social contract. We want to push for a social contract. We also want to push for a political charter where we demilitarize politics, along the lines of also making sure citizens are given their basic rights, and I think there's enough money in the country and there's enough resources, if only managed well, could probably usher in such a possibility. Yeah. Maybe Acuil, you can come in quickly, and then we move to, or Andrew, and then we move to the other questions. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Keith.
Yes. I'm very pleased the valuable points he mentioned with regards to data, and then with regards to digital, and the two requires definitely infrastructure with regards to having the necessary cables reaching
fiber optics,
many points as much as possible. Yeah, fiber optics, and then also electricity. Those are challenges to come, but definitely data and having access to digital money transaction gives a lot of opportunity to youngsters who are having a lot of innovative ideas, and they become actors, entrepreneurs. That's what we need most. Now, coming to de-dollarization, the BRICS, and other things, is a big challenge. We are all aware how the money moved from being against gold, moved to dollar, with gold moved from there to oil and dollar, and now people are moving away to nowhere. Sure, the future is in our hands, but I don't have answers into that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Acuil. I just wanted to pinpoint next week we'll be looking at agriculture and as a path to security as well as economic empowerment. So we'll hopefully be looking at agriculture. But I think the BRICS suggestion, there was a conference done there recently in South Africa and South Sudan, which represented. So I don't know how far they've gone, but we're definitely somewhere along the lines, everybody will see the importance of that. Yeah, thank you. Carnita, over to you, because I'm mindful we're closing in 15 minutes now. Carnita, over to you.
I'm seeing
Yeah,
Wani
thanks.
Michael.
Wani will also will come in after Carnita. Yeah, Carnita, go ahead.
Yeah, mine is
Yeah, go ahead if you can. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Mine is just a very brief question, or maybe question slash statement. When it was asked earlier about whether or not South Sudan can receive large financial investments, I did not hear a definitive yes. I did not hear a definitive yes. What I thought I heard was a official statement, an eloquent sort of, but not really. So if someone's mic is on.
So sorry, so can you everybody ensure to keep their mics off if you're not speaking? Tuku, your mic is on. Tuku? Yeah, go ahead, Carnita, Dr. Carnita.
Okay, so I was saying that I didn't hear a definitive yes. What I heard was a rather extended sort of maybe. So I would just like to hear a definitive yes, or a definitive not yet, or a definitive no on the question of whether South Sudan is capable of receiving huge financial investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carnita. Over to you, Mr. Acuil.
Yes, it is maybe I was not clear, and thank you for reminding me of this. Actually, yes, South Sudan is hugely potential, and they are more than ready to come. And then I gave you the other factors which are influencing when I mentioned the issue of real instability, and then the psychological instability, because South Sudan among themselves are portraying South Sudan to be a very bad place, but that is not true. That is not true. We have challenges in governance, but we should, all of us, have a responsibility to prepare South Sudan to be attractive to direct foreign investment and encourage the South Sudanese indigenous people abroad and those who are in home to invest, because that is the only beautiful thing that we can do to South Sudan. That is the only fair thing we can do. So South Sudan is ready, because I have mentioned to you, we have the banks, and we have the central bank, we have the ministry, or we have the Ministry of Investment, and we have Investment Authority, we have Ministry of Trade. So we need true partnership to come and work with us together. And then I have referred to the Companies Act 2012. Please read Companies Act 2012, and then within that, the Companies Act 2012 is very favorable, because it was just enacted recently. So it has benefited from the challenges being faced by other people, but yet we have to sit down and do the best thing among all of us. So the country is ready for investment. Thank you. I think that's this year or last year, there was an economic conference.
It was last year, late last year.
Late last year, and then the Equatorial State has their own also.
They did one recently. There's a plan one for.
Yes.
There's my friend Christopher Higgins is planning one very soon, so I will find out when. We'll share it. Yeah, I mean, to agree with you again, is the instability and fears of instability that cause these doubts. But in saying that, many have testified investors are coming in. But it'd be nice also to improve the banking aspect of the country, but also to make sure if there are favorable terms, as Andrew said earlier, as well as a lot, to attract investors, and to make sure also banks are more friendly and more accessible, and there's but it hinges on the politics as well. So hopefully, as stability continues, has been stable now for 2 years. South Sudan has been stable for 2 years.
Yeah,
so that's
and actors.
Yeah, so those are the issues. Thank you. Wani, Martin, Michael, over to you. I know you you always have something to say, my brother. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Great pleasure to be here. My apologies. I didn't time it well. I came 1 hour late, but I caught up with the presentation of Acuil, who is a very good friend of mine. I just want to make a couple of comments. Acuil talked some of the challenges, but I also feel that there are things that the government ought to do so that it is able to attract investors. He talked about stability, but I think there is another aspect of protection of investors in terms of government policies and laws that protect investors. I just want to give very good examples that might discourage investors to come to the country. For example, the way we handled Vivacell incident was not the proper way how you handle issues to do with the companies. You know, in South Sudan, some people don't know that a company is a different legal personality, different from the owners or the shareholders. So if, for example, you have opened a company, that company
is
is
a judicial
treated,
person, yes.
Yes, it is treated different from the owners. So, for example, if government have issues with some of their shareholders, you don't close down the business. But there are very clear processes and procedure on how you deal with those big investment
with the proceed.
Yes. So I feel that is another big problem that I think there's need to do awareness around maybe the government agencies that yes, you can have issues with the individual, but separate the individual from the business. So I think that to me it's one of the problems that that needed to be addressed, because even remember the one of Vivacell, it was closed down by the Ministry of, I think, Information and Communication, but then they didn't consult. Yes, they didn't consult the Attorney General, for example, is a Minister of Justice, or the bank, you know, to give, maybe the central bank to give kind of implication. You know, now we have to pay a lot of money. The second issue that I also feel I needed to put forward is the aspect of the central bank doing its monitoring role, which is provided for in the Constitution and in the law. And by the way, the Constitution establishes the central bank as an independent institution. By the way, it's one of the independent institutions, and in fact, the governor and the people subordinates under the governor, they are supposed to be to operate independently in terms of managing our monetary policy. And one of the biggest problem, and I think that we have failed to address for many years, and I think for me is a problem, this business of changing central bank governors every time and then. You know, it doesn't mean good. It doesn't bring stability, because you're going to have a governor of the central bank whom you appoint today. You only give him one year or 2 months or 3 months, you bring in another one. Then, you know, in many countries, you find out that the governor of the bank can even stay for 10 years or more than that, or, you know, or 5 years or whatever year. So we need to bring stability in terms of getting the rightful people in a rightful places, and this business of removing them every time and then, I think there is need to revisit that. My last point is factors of production. I actually talked a lot about labor. We don't have skilled labor, but I think that's not the problem, because I work with young people, a lot of young people. Let us ask ourselves, how many young people are graduating every year in South Sudan and even outside South Sudan, in the region, whether Egypt or Uganda or Kenya or even abroad? We have so many South Sudanese who graduate in different disciplines. I was even surprised that we have a lot of young people who have studied a lot about the oil industry. But the problem we are having are the factors of production. And one of the things that I feel we have been lagging behind and we have not put interest in is power. There is no way you can invite investors if those who want to, those big investors want to come to the country. The first thing they will consider, of course, is stability. They will look at power. Are you having affordable power which is reliable? And that is why when I was in Juba, we started a group advocating for the construction of Full Dam. And in our interaction with senior engineers from the Ministry of Energy, we were told that the feasibility study already was done on Fuller Falls, and in fact, the study was that if we were to construct Fuller Dam, the dam was going to generate power that even we could sell to our neighboring countries, whether Kenya or another neighboring country that we want to sell the power. But then because we want to please Uganda, we are now buying power. We are going to buy power from Uganda. And remember, this power you are buying not with SSP. You have to buy it with the hard currency. Now we want to buy from also Ethiopia. When we have Fuller Falls, that if you have to construct them, which roughly takes about 4 years to 5 years, you will be able to generate enough power that will be affordable for investors, and also it will be reliable. So I wanted to really encourage Acuil, and because he might have access to the corridor power. I'm one of the South Sudanese who say that if we happen to get an investor and pick a loan for the construction of the dam, because I remember the Norwegian had promised to do that for us as a gift right after independence, but because of the war in 2013, I think that plan changed. But I will not have any problem if government pick loan to construct the dam, because I don't buy the idea of us buying power from neighboring countries. Yes, we could do it on temporary basis, but there is need for us to have our own power that is reliable and affordable, because this one of Uganda could be expensive because they have to sell it to us, and this will take away the hard currency that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wani, for those inputs, and they're very relevant because we've got to make sure we prioritize national interests, and in doing so, investment is a key game changer if only we can source it and get it. But it, as you said, it hinges not only on security but also on the ability for laws to protect those investors. But equally, if you don't have power in the country, then you can't really do much. So all of those are extremely important points you've mentioned. Thank you. Now we want to actually conclude the discussion. So I wanted to go back to Andrew and Acuil. I think this conversation was necessary, but again, we could have all the best ideas, but then where's the political will? We could have all the best ideas, but if you don't recruit the right people and put the right people in the right jobs, it becomes a problem. If there's no sense of urgency to usher in a stable country, and a country that looks for its best citizens and its best resources to really market them, to present them in a nice way, and to make sure a conducive environment remains within the region. So how do we do all of that? Would be a way in just a few responses. That's the reason why we wanted to have this discussion, to really look at that. Yes, the banks are there, but what would be like as Carnita said earlier, like 5 immediate solutions, 5 immediate policy making decisions, as a Mr. Michael or Wani Michael just mentioned now, there's got to be a certain way that we look at these things and we image them so that outsiders who we want to attract their investment feel comfortable to come and invest. But clearly, we've got to make not only our environment conducive, but we've also got to make sure our people allow these bodies to function. Like you rightly said, Wani, the facade, the incident with the telephone company was a blunder, terrible blunder, and in the end, when they took us to court, we were levied with a 2 billion bill. So I understand now we're trying to mend fences with them, but at which stage? So before you come in, Mr. Makoi, I think you can contribute, Makoi, if you could probably come in for 2 minutes, and then we go over to the speakers to conclude. Yeah. Go ahead. Your mic is not open. Open your mic. Engineer Makoi. Hello? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Your mic is still not on. Okay, we will come back to you.
Can I also take 30 seconds if you are...
Yeah, Angelo, you can, yeah. Okay, Mr. Makoi, try and fix your mic while Angelo goes ahead.
I would be very brief.
Go ahead, yeah, because I'm determined in the next 10 minutes to finish, because we kept everybody here for so long. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is actually going to Mr. Acuil. He has elaborated very well the challenges in South Sudan. But what I did not hear are the opportunities. If I was an investor and I'm hearing only the challenges, there are no opportunities, I will not have an interest of even investing. I'm sure there are other opportunities. Despite all the challenges that are happening in South Sudan, there are some opportunities that Mr. Acuil should be able to elaborate on them. Okay, despite all of these challenges, these are the other opportunities that you can make an investment. This is a way forward, we believe, despite the challenges. So I would really want Mr. Acuil to comment on some opportunities instead of challenges. Yes, you did elaborate challenges very well. But challenges, there have to be some opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, over to Mr. Makoi, and then we go over to the last speakers. Guys, we may not too cold, so we'll give you a chance. Yeah,
you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Makoi. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Move the camera back.
I want just to say that
camera's too close to your face. Move it back a bit.
Greetings to you and good afternoon, and happy Easter to you and the whole family.
Thank you so much.
And may God bless us that this year will end up with the less problems as we have had in this in the last year. And my best greetings also on Easter to all the members of the chapter. And may God bless our beloved country, Southern Sudan, to live in peace and harmony.
Thank you.
Well, on this issue, the first thing I would like to say is that the governors of central bank in Southern Sudan, they just make a press conference. In any country, a governor of central bank cannot make a press conference because everybody is listening to him. And when he says something, people will just actually monitor that and use to manipulate the country's interest and currency. So they should actually speak less, and they should not be politicians, because they are not politicians. Is the Minister of Finance who is a politician, but they are not. They cannot speak on many issues. One of the issues actually I made was my thesis were actually on the overdevelopment of higher education in the Sudan. I was not surprised because my conclusions were showing that the Arab Spring was not a surprise to me, because it was one of my conclusions in my thesis. So the whole thing is that South Sudan now is sending many people to Egypt and everywhere in East Africa to go and do that first degree studies there. It is something which is a dangerous phenomenon. We should be corrected. The other thing is actually the central bank should actually try to harmonize the banks so that our people have the confidence in not leaving their money on the pillows of their houses or sending their wives to Nairobi and Kenya and Kampala. They should use that money to put it in the bank. This is one of the most important things that our people should do. The other thing which is actually spoiling our economy is the people who are ministers. They have houses, but they say they are being hired houses, rooms in hotels. What is that? It is actually something which is spoiling our economy. The other thing is actually investment in local currencies so that the people who are living in remote areas and small towns, they not need to go to Juba to get credit for economic investment because they want to do agriculture or poultry and other small things or fisheries. They have to do that thing in their own particular areas, and they have also to invest, being recommended not on the money they have or or something like houses they have. It can just be a community in area. We should guarantee this person to get this money, and if that person is not paying that money, it is the community that will be asked to pay that money. And that person may not be even in that area. He will just go away because he knows that he has created a problem in that particular area. So these are some of the things. And the cooperative banks. So this is one of the things. And then the people who are diaspora living here, they can actually organize themselves and have confidence in themselves and transparency so that they can create something which can help them to make money transfer. The Somalians are getting a lot of money out of our own people. Why can we not do that? We are more than the Somalians. And this is actually what I would just like to add to the discussion so that people can just go ahead. And thank you very much, Nyieer. I'm very happy. I'm now proud of you.
Thank you. It's all of us. It's a team effort with all the members of the People's Charter. Carnita's here, James Yar, Kush, Manon, all of us are here, are members of the Charter. James, Mr. Keith and Joseph also are members. It's a concerted effort where we think really, I think is an opportune time. It's a moment in history where the nation is still young to shape it and to all of us to gather with our friends and work together for the betterment of opportunities that do exist. So thank you for your contribution and those ideas.
Thank you very much. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. We'll probably try. We'll have one or two more sessions. Next week will be agriculture, but we'll probably come back to finance.
Thank you.
Yeah. Manon, quickly. Thank you very much, Mr. Magai. Manon, go ahead, and then Tuku.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Manon, quickly, 1 minute, and Tuku 1 minute, because we want to finish. Manon, over to you. Mr. Magai, switch off your mic, yeah? Mute your mic. Yeah, mute your mic.
Okay, let me try.
I'm sorry, it's okay. You're doing very well, yeah. Mr. Manon, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Justin, again. And I greet everyone. I think the forum today is very great, and this is my last comments, and I really agree with the last speaker, Mr. Wani, that if we want to attract the investors in the country, we need to invest in energy. It's very, very important, as well as we need to invest in infrastructure. And the third one, we need also to ensure the investor safety of the money that they are investing in the country. Is the responsibility of the government to have a guarantor, because someone who need to invest 1 billion to above, it cannot just bring the money without guarantee. That's how it's going to make sure that the money is going to be protected and his investment is going to be protected in the country. The fourth one, we have no excuse actually that always we talk about insecurity, because I believe insecurity itself is a lack of employment. The higher number of South Sudanese who have no job opportunity is what creates insecurity in the country. So investing actually to create a job, in my opinion, is a part of bringing stability in the country. So we need to do whatever it takes in order to bring investors and create a job for South Sudanese as a part of that. And as we investing also, importing a lot of food outside the country, the solution is to invest in agriculture domestically. That's the solution. So I don't know what the Bank of South Sudan or the bank system in the country are doing in addressing the issue of supporting domestic or local farmers in order for them to produce the food within the country and stop importing food outside, and South Sudan become dependable on its own food production, and also investing in education and healthcare to attract South Sudanese who are living outside the country to bring their kids back home. Because those are the things that make people leave the country and live in Kenya and Uganda because of education. So we are investing in education, then there will be no need for them to take their kids outside the country while they have a proper way of education in the country. So I thank everyone for contribution. It was wonderful to be part of this discussion today in the forum, and thank you.
Well, thank you, Manon. Those were very important points you raised, because again, the onus is on even meeting citizens' needs, basic needs, and if they're there, that nobody would be outside the country. Thank you so much. Yeah, Tuko, over to you, and then Joseph, thank you for the information you shared on the chat. I'll read them before the speakers conclude their statements. Yeah, Tuko, over to you. And Carnita, if you want to come in briefly.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And I would like to thank everyone for attending. Mine is more of a comment in addition to what has just been spoken about. Because what I've realized is that everyone seems to realize that there is a serious problem with trying to improve an economy when there is no energy. And as I've said before, South Sudan is in a very good position to be able to provide, to start a renewable energy based industry that can support not only the marginalized communities, the people that do not have anything, no education, no and are not part of the economy in the sense that they do not really participate because they have no jobs either and no skills. Because my suggestion is that if a country starts investing in solar arrays that can provide baseload energy, then it creates opportunities to give people skills, people not necessarily educated in the sense that they do not have university degrees or diplomas, but they can be taught the skill of constructing solar panels, the skills of installing solar panels, and the skills of putting working in places where they can help to either repair or build solar the batteries and the inverters and everything else that is related to the solar power industry. And in that way, South Sudan can also be able to create its own energy without having to wait for many years for power stations to be built. And I also think that there is enough space in the country. There's the conditions are perfect for a renewable energy-based economy that does not take too long to put together. But that would be as you said before, it takes political will. And it also takes an assessment of a real assessment of the resources that are available and how they can best be used to create solutions that are short term and long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuku. Tuku is also a member of the People's Charter, and she's of South African. So our charter actually has members from all over. Keith is South African. We have people from America, Carnita is one, Ghanaian stroke, African American stroke, and others are there as well from the US. So we're open to everybody, because clearly humanity has no borders. Humanity is the beauty that relationships can encourage, and we live in one world, and we all are in one big village, really. So we thank everybody for loving and putting South Sudan there, and together we shall make our small dent in ushering the country in the right direction. A friend also who's a member of the charter is Kenyan, Joseph. Joseph, why don't you read your questions? I don't need to exercise my voice when you're here. Read your questions, and then we table them to the speakers to finish. Go ahead, Joseph. Joseph Mugwai is a friend from Kenya. He's an economist. Joseph, are you there? Open your mic.
Thank you.
Yeah, go
Yes,
ahead.
I'm here. My question was whether there are positive stories of good things happening in South Sudan, and also the available opportunities or the potential that can be tapped, and how those positive stories and the potential opportunities that are available can be used to profile the country as an investment destination. Then how do we deal with I mean, now we can talk about the challenges that we've been talking about over the past few weeks. We've highlighted a lot of challenges that are happening, whether it is with the security sector, whether it is with the corruption, whether with all those things. It is also good to think of what are those. I think somebody mentioned the same, and profiling a country as a investment destination is not easy. Kenya is still trying to do that today. We are looking at Kenya as a country that has made progress in so many areas, but still we lag behind even in terms of foreign direct investment. We should be far ahead of where we are today. So it's not easy to profile a country as an investment destination. I would ask that at one point we can look at a presentation that was done at one point by the US ambassador to Kenya, when she was trying to profile Kenya as an investment destination. And she told about very many positive stories that are happening. But in the end, she highlighted impediments, corruption, and so many other things that she felt if these were to be, they were addressed, then positive gains can be made. And, it's easier to attract investors to come and invest in the country. So we can have discussions about all these challenges here, but the moment now we start saying we profile the country for South Sudan for investment, then we have to be keen on what is positive that is going on, because I know there are so many positive stories also taking place in South Sudan. I remember, Justin, at one point you mentioned a governor of a given state who's been doing an amazing job trying to transform his region and lives of people, and those are very good stories. It's a good example of a responsible leadership. And those are the stories I believe that moving forward, we also need to profile country in that manner. We can say sometimes this is boardroom discussion only for those who are concerned and can identify all these challenges. But I think also if an investor popped into the meeting without saying anything, what would be what is that impression that they get out of the discussions? Would they say, yeah, I will come tomorrow, I'm willing to take the challenge, take the risk, and invest in South Sudan? I'm sure there are positive stories. That's exactly what I was saying about South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joseph. And I think we normally, Kush and I and Taku and Carnita, we always finish on and all of us from the charter. James, I think, is still here. We always like to finish on a positive note, and I think you've kind of struck the chord. So we go over to Andrew and then to Acuil to respond to those questions, and then everybody, you will have 30 seconds to tell us something positive, or something beautiful characteristics of South Sudanese, if there's nothing positive that we would want to hear or share. So over to you, Andrew.
Thank you. I'm going to try weave into the positive story a solution to one of the questions that you asked. You mentioned that there's a lot of challenges in South Sudan at the moment on the political spectrum. How do we then move forward? How do we then, initiate all these initiatives that we've spoken about so far? And I can only bring it back to technology, which we discussed in our last meeting as well. I'm still a true believer that this is, the next revolution that we have a very good chance of being a part of as a country. We know kids have smartphones. Anybody can get their hand on a smartphone, and that is essentially a mini computer on their hand. And this can be a way to propel this younger generation. I think majority of the population of South Sudan at the moment is under the age of 25, I believe, right? So there's a lot of potential there to tap into. Again, we mentioned that there's restrictions coming in from the political spectrum, but then I would like to flip that a bit at the moment. And when we talk about technological advances, and for example, America at the moment has issues with TikTok as a company, right? Because they up to a certain point they could not control the advancement of TikTok in the country, and it's posing a national security issue for them at the moment with all the issues they're having with China. And the European Union is looking to put in legislations in place on how to control the spread of artificial intelligence. What I'm getting at is that technology can exist outside of the government, and we can flip this around in a way that we somehow get the youth of South Sudan involved in advancing things within the country, be it like M-Pesa, money transfer systems within the country, things that you can do from a computer at home without any intervention from the government whatsoever. You start small scale, you build on it. Eventually, in the long run, the government might see that there are advantages to this, and they could also look to potentially invest in it in the long run. So I think that's one way of dealing with that issue, Justin, of the restrictions that come with having with lack of a better word, a non-functioning system in place. We need to learn how to grow economically outside of that system, and technology is one way of doing that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Andrew, for that. And that's a projection of a future and something that empowering citizens to exist. And we are very resilient and survived so many things. But surely, even if government is slow, as Taku said earlier, there must be things that can be done to empower the citizens and make their life better. And in doing so, obviously, have more positive stories. Joseph. Okay, over to you, Mr. Acuil. Honorable.
There's a lot of, especially in education today, people who are investing in education in South Sudan, from nursery, primary, secondary, and university, are doing well, despite the challenges, because the actors themselves, the clients themselves, are very eager to pay and join. So education is one aspect, and as mentioned here earlier on, South Sudan, when it comes to aspect of technology, I think South Sudan should not be left behind in the fourth industrial revolution, especially the information communication technology. We have children who are really keeping their hand on telephones, and they are doing very well. We have youth who have demonstrated this. So it is only what will be the challenge with the information communication technology and artificial intelligence are the power, and then issue of the connectivity. The ongoing movement in East Africa, the CEPO, Saving and Credit Cooperative Societies, I think has a huge potentials. The young and the women who are the larger portion of the population, because in South Sudan we have this Sanduk. Sanduk is a merry-go-round, so it could be upgraded to saving and credit cooperatives. We have the borders, we have the buses, we have ministries, institution of governments, and then we have societies like the church, the mosque, the village. So that is where we should start, supporting saving and credit cooperative societies. Culturally, the value, we don't have bad debt in our culture. What does it mean? It means that even if your elder or your father or your grandfather died and there's an evidence that they owe somebody something, it will be paid. It is not through the legal system and other things. So those values of meeting our commitment or meeting what other people owe, what we owe to other people, is a very good value that we should invest on. Coming to mega industries, mining is huge. Then we have over 60% of the global gum Arabic supply is out of Rang. So, and Rang is also another place which has electricity 24/7 from Sudan, and it has not been disrupted. So food processing, because it's already agriculture production area, this should be actually, those are huge potential. Another huge potential is about livestock. When Sudan and Egypt were exporting livestock, they were getting it from South Sudan. So this market now, it was going through Port Sudan, it was going through Sudan, it still stands still. So it could be explored. It could be explored. Capoeira has a huge livestock, goats and cattle, especially beef. And then also huge potential of fish. It is being tapped, but we don't have few individuals from Kenya, from Uganda, and few individuals in South Sudan are trying their level best in dry fish, sun-dry fish. So huge potential in South Sudan. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Acuil and Mr. Andrew. I'm sorry if some of your questions have not been responded to because of time factors, but I think the general argument concluded successfully or nicely. We can definitely have a round two at some stage, but we have to get through a few issues on the agricultural side of things. I just wanted to give 30 seconds to each and everybody to just say something positive about South Sudan, or some wish, a dream, aspiration, a quality you saw, or something that makes you remember South Sudan. So we could probably start with Keith. 30 seconds. Keith, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, sir. You put on your mic.
My apologies.
Yeah, no, don't worry. It's sometimes like that. It happens to all of us. Go ahead. And Mr. Magai, you're next. Go ahead. No, you go ahead. Go ahead, sir. And somebody else will have 30 seconds next. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, thank you
say
for
Magai?
No, we're going to call you shortly, Mr. Magai. You're next after Mr.
Okay.
Keith. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't have more words, actually.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I think I should use Mr. Magai's words. I thank you for your inclusive approach, for asking me, who very often feels in South African society, I'm too old to make any contribution. So thank you for reaffirming that that's not true, and that I have, as a fellow African, the opportunity to share these few rusty thoughts that I may have. Thank you for your trust in me, and thank you to Taku for her confidence in me as well.
You're more than welcome. We may get you to be an advisor of the government soon. Yeah, so you're following Mr. JC, Mr. Main Man JC's footsteps, because he did a lot for society. Jesus did. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Mr. We'll go to Carnita, and something positive, and then we move around. Go ahead, Carnita.
Thank you so much. Set your timer, please, sir.
Do what?
Think that I said set your 30-second timer, please.
Knowing you 30 seconds will become a minute. We'll allow it.
Remind us all.
Go ahead, Carnita. Go ahead.
That Africa. I want to remind us all of the great and magnificent history of ancient Nubia, which we nowadays call Sudan and respectively South Sudan. And that these gems, this heritage that lays before us of these wonderful and magnificent melanated marbles of our past are a precious resource for us as we go forward. So let's remember them, let's honor them, and let's be sure to stand on their shoulders. I love you, South Sudan. Bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Carnita. We always we love you being with us, and you are part of us. That we don't. South Sudan has no borders. We are one people with all our people. Yeah. So thank you so much, Gabriel Law. You've been very quiet, my brother. Over to you.
I have been, Justin, I have been on and off. I'm struggling with the internet. It has been raining here. I don't know.
We need an investor. We need an investor. We need those fibers. What they call them? Fiber optics cables. Yeah, because this thing has gone on for too long. We need to get better connectivity. Yeah. Is there a regulator? I know there's a regulator for the telecom, but the companies have to be pressurized to improve on the quality of connectivity. Otherwise, there's the investment means nothing. Yeah. Go ahead. I had a rant there.
I think sir, what I would say in 30 seconds, I missed most of the discussions and I have not listened to most of it because of the internet connectivity. But I wanted to say that truly, as we mentioned in our national anthem, South Sudan is the land of great abundance. And I think through a right mindset and putting in place basic rules of investments and creating a conducive environment for the national and the international partners to invest in the country, whether in the banking systems or agriculture, I think we will be able to achieve that that descriptions in our national anthem, where we say South Sudan is the land of great abundance, and indeed it is a land of great abundance. Back to you.
I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you so much. Over to you, Angelo Makoi. I don't know if Hugh is still with us, but we'll try Hugh next. Angelo, over to you.
Yes, I am here. Thank you, Justin. One thing about South Sudan, we are a nation of young people. We are a nation of children. and we should not be bystanders to just watch or think that other people will come and do it for us. I will give an example of the foundation that I'm doing. Other people are doing the same thing. Now our students know how to make their own soap. They don't have to buy that from the market. They can make it themselves from the cultural contact, not being bought from other areas. They know how to make the essential pad themselves. Nobody breaking it. They are now moving into agriculture to be able to cultivate themselves. We must start slowly. We cannot be like UK or South Africa or America overnight. And we are the one who can do this. For us who are educated, let us stop the blame game and do it by example. Let's do it ourselves. I know we can do this. We have talent. We are educated. We have the ability to do it. It is time for us to not worry. I don't worry about politics of South Sudan anymore, because the more you worry, the more you don't do anything. Let's go back to the villages and do what we can afford to do ourselves. Thank you for doing this. I learned a lot today, and thank you for our presenters. We can do this regularly instead of just doing once a month. Why can we do twice a month? Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here.
Oh, lovely. Thank you so much, Angelo. Angelo, actually, we do it weekly. We're here every week, sometimes twice. But maybe we haven't been inviting you, but we will definitely be inviting you. If anything, join the charter so you can be fully in the know and play your role. Yeah, thank you, Andrew, Angelo. Thank you so much, Angelo. Over to Mr. Hugh. Are you there, sir?
I am still here. Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
It's okay.
You have a minute.
No, I'll just take a few seconds. I appreciate everybody's insights. It's very valuable to talk to people on the ground in a nation and understand the people and the opportunity that exists. South Sudan is attractive as a nation for a whole bunch of reasons, and particularly its young population and its youth, because it's a real strength. There are many countries in the world that are facing a very serious challenge of aging population, which is economically quite a big challenge for them. And we're on our way. We'll be there very soon. So I hope you're ready. So you might want to put your seatbelts on because you're on for a bit of a ride. So we should be there in about 90 days. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Hugh. Yeah, we appreciate. Over to Robin. Robin, if you're there, Robin.
Hello, yes. Yes, just very quickly, as mentioned earlier in the conversation, South Sudan is in a unique position, I'd say, to set a strong foundation with, effectively a blank sheet of paper. And as has already been discussed, the significance of having such a young population can be used to sort of drive that change. And I think, really important to ensure that young people are being brought along with that and being considered, because many of the decisions that are being made will affect their immediate future. Thank you.
Splendid. Thank you, Robin, and thank you for joining us. Please do come again. Andrew, thank you for introducing Robin. And you guys join us regularly if you can. Andrew has actually, it's just a time difference. Yeah. Thank you. My friend and brother, James, are you still driving? I think he might not have his mic at the moment. We go over to Ida. Hi, Ida.
Hi, good afternoon.
Afternoon. You never fail to come and
I'm
join
sorry
us.
I'm late, but yes.
Because I was going to say you're late, but it's okay. You said it.
But the thing I love most, and the most encouraging thing is that there's this platform, and that you meet so often, and that the people who come on it have such great ideas that they share. And I think, to me, that is one of the most encouraging things that I see, even all around Africa. I love the South Sudan platform. So I thank you for it. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. When are you coming to South Sudan?
Oh dear, when am I coming to Africa would be very nice, yes.
You'll come, I know.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Over to Kush, you and I would be last. Carnita, have you spoken about positivity? You did, I think. You did? Did you have your last word, Carnita? I can't remember. Okay, Manon, over to you, and then we'll go to Carnita. Manon, 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. 30 seconds. Thank you again, Justin, and greet everyone, and thank for our speakers today. I will say the positive note that South Sudanese are more friendly and more welcoming people, and I believe that any investors that come to South Sudan will be treated just like that. It's going to be a part of us, and it's going to enjoy the friendly South Sudanese community as they are. Thank you.
We need to get you on the PR team, yeah. we need to promote that country. Yeah. Thank you, Manon. Thank you so much. Over to James Nyieer, if you're available. Otherwise, Carnita. Carnita, over to you. Are you available? And Taku, you're next. Okay, Carnita might not be. Taku.
I'm here. I just wanted to say that South Sudan, I believe South Sudan has a lot to offer, and I mean, some of the most brilliant minds in Africa come from South Sudan. It's got a very good climate. It's got things that are very rare, like Arabic. It's got like a multicultural society. It is like one of the best places that I've ever gone to, and it's one of the most beautiful places that I've ever been to. And I don't think that there's anything that is stopping South Sudan from being like the greatest country emerging out of Africa, considering that like the people have fought so long for their emancipation, and that like most South Sudanese I've met are people that really, really love their country and would do anything to see it bloom and become the best that it can be. So I have a lot of faith in South Sudan.
Thank you so much, my friend. I miss the times we spent in Soweto. I'll come again. Yeah, thank you for always being a good friend and being there for South Sudan over 15 years now, if not more. Thank you so much. Over to Carnita, if you're back, and James Nyieer. Otherwise, we go to Joseph. Carnita, over to you.
Yes. So I'm looking forward to the next platform, the next event. Again, there's an exquisite sacredness to this work that we're doing, and it's absolutely essential, regardless of how many people are on the platform and how many people are able to get their comments in. So we are all to be commended in contributing whatever it is that we're able to this project, to this task. And may our ancestors exponentiate this most marvelous and glorious work that we're engaged in. Again, family, peace and eternal ancestral blessings to you all.
Thank you so much, Carnita. God bless you too. Thank you so much. Joseph, your question I think has been answered, but Kush and I will have the last words. Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, the question has been answered, and I believe there is much more. If for me, mostly I've interacted with people from South Sudan who have spent most of their life outside of South Sudan, and I can say that South Sudan has a highly learned and experienced diaspora community, people who love their country, and they never lose their identity. They always think about their country back at home, and this is a great resource for South Sudan moving forward. I believe, given an opportunity, this community can contribute immensely to the development of South Sudan. You don't need expertise from outside of South Sudan. You can tap into this huge diaspora community, and of course, there's nothing wrong with getting an extra hand from somebody in another country, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, to come in, but all that it takes to take South Sudan to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joseph. And again, we can't do it with our biological neighbors. We have biological borders with all of you. And again, our biological borders have expanded globally now. So we're so proud of our linkages. Thank you so much. Over to Kush. Kush, over to you.
Yes. Yes. Good evening. Good afternoon. Yes. It's really very inspiring today to be able to listen to incredible speakers and to learn and to this is this is my son. Yeah. So it's I did learn a lot, and that's a very important topics that our country really has been facing. And one thing that I really wanted to mention regarding the positive aspects, there is a lady from the US here. She came here to study. Her name is Joyce Lado. She came to study and then ending up working here for about 8 years. She went back and did agricultural projects. And actually, we have there is a YouTuber blogger. His name is Wadamaya. He's from Ghana. A lot of people may know him. He actually flew all the way from Ghana to come and meet this lady because of this. She grew a farm. She's a very young lady, it's like in mid-20s. And she grew 19 acres. She grew eggplants, she grew okra, potatoes, and 19 acres. And she farmed it very well. And Wudumaya came all the way from Ghana. He's a young YouTuber. And to interview him and show his farms. And it's a really inspiration for a young lady to live in the West and go back to South Sudan and plant 19 acres. So it's a really very inspiration, and it's a really motivating, and to be able to see there is something positive could be able to come out from a young lady, and she's supplying hotels and a lot of food restaurants was her products. And this is just this is a 20-something years old, and she just got access to land and a little bit of cash, and most of her employers are women, you know, and this is really very inspiration. So this is a positive side. It's actually inspiring a lot of people's for us to be able to be even thinking about leaving our comfortable place here in the West and even trying to go back. If she can do it, all of us can do it. If you put this lady, Joyce Lado, put her as the Minister of Agriculture in South Sudan, you know, there's no way we're going to be importing more things from Uganda or Kenya or from other things. I mean, we love free trade, but you have to feed your people first. Yeah, so this is just an inspiring lady. Just look her up, you know, Wudumaya, and South Sudanese farmer lady, and it's very, very inspiring. And with this topic, really, to conclude, we do to be able to transform the finance and the banking. We do need to train our workforce. We do need to have a reform into our financial sectors. So this is a very key aspect. But I will not prolong, but I will just pass it back to you. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Kush. And Joyce definitely is a positive role model that we should all be celebrating. I think at some stage, if our aim was obviously to finish the charter quick, but lack of resources and what have you, meant we haven't done it. But we also need to be, we've been at it now for 2.5 years, I think. So we need to, Carnita always says 3. we need to find a way to finish this project, and then we could go to the next level with a think tank where we actually go on the ground and work with all these people and take them around to encourage others. Yeah, so God willing, that will happen. It's been a wonderful session, and we really want to thank both.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, James, my brother, come in.
I'm still driving, but I
yeah.
have been keenly listening. You know, I joined in late, but I have really learned a lot from this wonderful discussion. I just, you know, want to say a few words, you know, on a positive note. I just want to borrow Oprah Winfrey's words when she said, "I believe luck is preparation meeting opportunity. If you hadn't been prepared when the opportunity came along, you wouldn't have been lucky." So I believe the people of South Sudan are resilient. The people of South Sudan are intelligent. We are facing a lot of issues, but we have never stopped preparing ourselves wherever we are. And I believe the time will come. Even, speaking of the People's Charter that we've been working on for quite some time, the time will come where, our hard work is going to pay off. And with that, I will mute my mic. I'm always optimistic when it comes to South Sudan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. It's so lovely to hear from you, and thank you for talking while you're driving. Definitely, the session's been very, very exhilarating and encouraging, and we really salute Andrew and also Acuil. Unfortunately, Mr. John Makoi Majak, and Edmund Yakani couldn't join. Yakani had a problem with his network. I'm not too sure. I haven't heard from John, but nevertheless, it's been wonderful. I think we will probably have a part 2 of this, because it feels like we haven't exhausted the topic fully, because really we think the banking sector and economic transformation as well as investment are the key ingredients of any emerging territory, and we need to get those things right. Yeah. On the positive note, a lovely question that Joseph paused when I was thinking of quotes, and I remembered George Bernard Shaw had something on the economy, and it goes like, the economy is the art of making the most of life. The love of the economy is the root of all virtues. Equally, Garish Prakash talks of the knowledge is the best economy we can have. Knowledge is the best economy we can have. When you look at Africa and Africans, and this is the point I wanted to make, there's, Africa not only has the greatest landmass, and nobody wants to talk about that. We are the cradle of civilization. Equally, we have a lot of values and traditions and norms and cultures and ways of life. Literally, we have solutions to many of the world's problems, and our cultures are so beautiful. But what is even more important is our ability to manage the environment, how we're so much in harmony with the environment, to a point where many of us have totems. I, for one, I'm related to Earth. My totem is Earth. Patiob, Pa means belonging. Tiob means soil. I'm related to soil, but I'm equally related to a fox. As a totem, this concept of how Africans have been in harmony with the environment. Now, obviously, if modernity has failed us and we're losing our values, we really need to go back to how our people used to coexist as communities. We are in harmony with our animals. We're in harmony with everything. And poverty was never a thing, and hunger is never a thing, because the societies supported each other and looked after one another. I would like to see, I think a lot of that, many have argued that South Sudan is very intact. It was never fully penetrated, or what the British call, it was never pacified. So we are very much the same people we were years ago. But now the few of us who are urbanized, what is our role? Our role is to, if the government doesn't deliver, we must have parallel systems, as Kush said, and all of us, and many of you have said, where we get involved with the rural communities and empower them from the knowledge we know. If we give them clean water, we know we've saved lives. If we get them to learn microfinance and to learn cooperatives, it's something they know is natural, but they need those tools. They need to know how to manage money. They need health, and all of this can be done. They need clean roads, access to all kind of services. So there's a lot of stuff, and Carnita is a champion of this. She looks for local solutions, and lots of local solutions are there, have been done all over the world, as the Honorable Acuil said earlier. Bangladesh is big on and they've even won Nobel Prizes for microfinances, and Kenya's big on cooperatives and syndicates, or what you call merry-go-round. There are lots of things we could do, but again, we need guns to be silenced. But each and every one of us has a role, and I'm sure, like the concept of localization that the NGOs have brought into some territories where they have a lesser role and delegate or devolve responsibility to the people on the ground. We must go to the ground and empower our people from the ground. That's what I wanted to say. And they're beautiful people. They'll be receptive, and they need guidance. If education means enlightenment, we've got to enlighten them, and we've got to get involved with the 80% plus who are currently bystanders, stakeholders that don't have any input on a modern state that we're trying to build. Yeah, thank you all. Thank you. I ranted on a bit, but it was something burning me. So apologies. So unless somebody has a last word, we would normally like to finish. Yeah.
Thank you, Justin. Perfect way to end it.
Thanks, Justin. And
Thank you.
goodbye to you all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
See you all. Thank you, Mr. Keith, for joining. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, thank you, Carnita. Carnita, what local name have they given you? We need. It's just gone. I wanted a Fanta name or a Hashanti name. Okay, thanks everybody. Take care.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, with Carnita, we're gonna have to give us a South Sudanese name.
The usual stuff. We want her to ask us for that. We will give her. we will get we'll get James Yar to give her a name, or Mr. Magai.
I'll give her a name. We'll call her Nyaluak.
Nyaluak, okay.
So, yeah, she's the daughter of the house, which means she's going to be an original. Yeah.
Yeah. Log is a blessing. Is actually a shrine, a human shrine or human presence is in our languages.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. And take care. Lots of love. All the best. Thank you.